Yo, everybody, good to see you. Hope you're all having a good day. Hi, my name's Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams, and today is one of those drawing streams. Today, we're going to be working on a model that we're going to be putting for the Etsy page. It's going to be a rat model. So if y'all wanted to see some bug draw a rat, I guess this is the stream for you. Not sure why you would want to see a bug draw a rat, but you know what? Since we're here, let's get rolling. With that being said, I hope you all have a good day. Better tomorrow. Wait. Don't worry about that. Let's get started is what I'm trying to say. Where did I put that pen? There it is. And good to see you there, everybody. Let's catch up with the reading. Good to see you there, Ryu, Icy, Stormy, the Void Raccoon, Ebi. Hope you're all doing well. Let me see. The bird returns. Alright, Miss the Angel. I mean, there's a redeem for that. You just know what happens next. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, the bird's back to their bird form. There are redeems down below if you want to switch the bird out. Oh right, I almost forgot. I also brought back the other model redeems. However, I did kind of up the price on bringing those other models back, mostly because I realized from the previous streams, there would be times where people would just redeem all of the models, and now I'm stuck there for 10 minutes trying to put each and every one of them there. And the more of them that we get, the more work that has to be done. So, I decided to up the price on those models. The price on the channel points, I mean. The channel points. I want to clarify that one before there's any confusion on that. Anyway, let's get started. We're going to start with setting up the canvas. And for this one, I think we're going to go with 5K each. 5K by 5K pixels. And it may sound like a lot of pixels, but surprisingly enough, for a live 2D model, it's not really all that much. From what I've heard, for a live 2D model to look really clean and crisp up close, they got to put, how many was it? Like 10K pixels for the whole model? I think it was something along those lines for like the height. I could be wrong. But again, that's only if you wanted it up close and personal and making it as clean as you possibly can. Like the cleanest image imaginable, to where when you could see their teeth, those teeth look clean. That's, I think that's when you have to put it to like 10K pixels for the entire thing. All right, with that being said, let's get started. We need to draw a rat. We need to figure out, how do I want to go about the rat model? Do I want it to... Okay, so here's the two ideas that I'm thinking of for rat model. Well, three ideas now that I really think about it. Let's start with the concept. Let's start with the idea. We can either start with rat, upright, like so. Obviously, this is a sketch, so don't worry about the details. So, we can either have rat, like this, up front, upright. We can either have rat like this, where, you know, somewhat anatomically correct rat. Where they are quadrupedal. Or we could also have it at an angle like we did with the shark. Where we have the rat. Something along these lines. What do y'all folks think? Should we go with quadrupedal, bipedal, front angle, side angle? Right now, I'm just brainstorming personally to see which one looks best. I think I'm going to go with the quadrupedal one. Or, and hear me out. Thank you for the hydrate there, Dreaded. I greatly appreciate that. And welcome on in there, Mini Potato. How you be? Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong? Why Donkey Kong? Oh, okay, that makes sense. All right, let me see. I like the second one. I like the first one, bipedal. Okay, so we got one for quadrupedal and we got one for bipedal. Tell you what. I have an idea. I kind of like the first one because it reminds me of the Christmas mice. Okay, so we got two for the quadrupedal. Or we got two for the bipedal and one for the quadrupedal. And that's fair, But because of that, since there are the possibilities of some folks wanting the second one over here, I got an idea on what we could do. I got a great idea on how we can make this work. Since this is a live 2D model, all we gotta do is make a toggle to where the quadrupedal, or yeah, the bipedal can be a quadrupedal and vice versa, where it just switches between the two. It's kind of very similar how we did what we did with the pig. Hold on a minute, let me show you the pig model right quick. I got an idea for this. Granted, this is at an angle, but it still holds a very similar function. Like this pig model over here, where got the, or you know, it's upright, moves normally as it would. However, if we lean low enough, it kind of drops down a bit. But instead of it just being like lowering your head to make the pig do the thing, I'm thinking for the mouse model, it's going to be very similar. It's going to be similar like that, except instead of it being a head movement that you got to do, it's going to be a toggle. And also facing forward. So here's the idea that I'm going to go with. All right. Bacon, you can go away now. All right, let's see. But yeah, mini potatoes, how you be? I hope you're having a good day there, friend. Let's see. I like the first one, bipedal. Okay, I'd be good. Oh, you already answered that question. Okay, cool. My bad. My brain's already all over the place. I'd be good, thank you. How are you doing? How are we all doing? That's a good question. So far, so good. Just, I found an idea on what I was going to go with, because, okay, so I had 3 ideas on what I wanted to try today. I was trying to figure out how on earth am I going to go about today? Like, what project am I going to work on? What model am I going to make? Because I wanted to make another model for I wanted to make more models for the Etsy page. Because the Etsy page is kind of empty. There's only like 5 models there. And 2 of them are actually 3 of them are kind of holiday related. So I don't know how often those ones are actually going to get picked up. So I need to start working on some more where they, they're better fitting for just all year round. I need to start making some all year round models. That's what I need to get started on. And so, yeah, that's why we're working on things right here. I think that should be good. Actually, we could just give it a round nose of some sort, maybe. Maybe a round nose. I'll figure it out. Then again, this is just a sketch, so we don't have to worry about it too much. Let's also give a shout out to Icy. Go check them out. Really hilarious streams, really awesome time, really great people. And let's give a shout out to Mini Potato. They also do the artin'. Really chill times over there. Really awesome folks. There you go. My favorite holiday made it. No. Is that even a holiday? Why is that a holiday? The illusion of choice. Regardless of what we pick, Lampy will overwork himself than needed. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, yeah. Lampy, I'm playing House Flipper. Want me to make you a bunker? Yes, make a bunker. I want to see bunker. Thanks for the shout out. Yeah, no problem. All right, so let me see. What we need to also do is that we need to make a perspective to where we need to make this line overhead to give it this sense of perspective that, yeah, you know what? it's got a snout going on there. Although, I feel like the head is a little too round. What can we do about that? Although, if I put fluff on the side, I feel like it gives it a sense of whiskers, and rats don't really have that look of whiskers on them, so not quite that idea. Actually, let me see. Let me take a look here. I'm actually looking at some images of rats right now. I got an idea for this. We're going to get rid of all of that. Let's just sketch out the shape for now. We sketch out the shape and then we'll figure everything out from there. Let's just start with a very messed up circle. And always remember, folks, whenever you're working on any project, don't worry about the sketch, or don't worry about the details of the sketch. It is a sketch after all. Just get the idea in mind and figure everything else out from there. For example, that is a terrible hand, but you know what? That is okay. That part's not the that part's not the point. But anyway, yeah, going back to it. Today I was mostly trying to figure out what model do I want to make today. Because originally the main idea was make the dog model. But I didn't feel like drawing dog today. I've been drawing too many dogs. Some of them for the redeem. One of them for a commission. And to make another project where I gotta draw another dog, I was like, you know what? Let me come back to it later. Let me try something else. And then there was the rat model idea. That one's been there for a while. And then there was a horse model idea. And personally, I thought, you know what? That would be a fun project. But why do I feel like it's familiar? Like, why do I feel like I've seen it before? And then I looked around like, oh. You know what? In retrospect, now that I think about it, I thought to myself, like, haven't I seen a horse model made recently? It's got to be around somewhere. I believe I did. Then in all honesty, I mean, the horse model that I would have made probably would have been different, but I was thinking to myself, if I simplify the horse design, it'll be easy, it'll be simple. Why do I feel like I've seen that before? You know what? Let's leave that one alone for a bit. If I feel like I've seen it before, I'd rather leave it alone for a little bit, come back to it way, way later. Once it's out of my mind, it'll be okay. Alright, let me see. Maybe an upside down teardrop? Ah, fair. I mean, it'll be alright. I'll figure something out. Don't worry about that. All those animal models made me think of preparing for this. Oh my god. Get that emote out of here, real. Alright, so, now that we got that, let's get the rat ear. Rat ear, rat ear. And if you're looking at this, I will say this. If you're looking at this sketch right now and thinking, Jesus Christ, this looks horrible. Are you sure you know what you're doing? This is how the moth looked. This is how the bird looked. This is how every other character I've drawn looked before we even got close to the finished product. So do not worry. I think I know what I'm doing. Maybe. All right, so we're also going to add this part of the tail. Add rat feet. And this is why I always say, do not worry about the details. Just get the idea on paper. And after that, that's when you can work on everything else. But yeah, we're going to make it bipedal and quadrupedal. So folks will have the option to get one or the other if they so desire. We're going to make sure both options are there. Just like how we did with Mothman. Yeah, it was just Mothman that we had that option for. I was really trying to think about it, like, make any other models where there were multiple options for the design shape? I don't know. It's okay, trust the process. See what Icy said. Trust the process. Don't worry, we'll figure it out. Not even an artist, so I can't criticize your method. Thank you, I greatly appreciate that. All right. With that being said, we're going to erase there. I don't know if the mouse is too big or not. You know what? It should be okay. We're also going to give it that little mouth shape, because I think that'll work perfectly for the rat. There we go. Let me double check with rat though. Yeah, that works. I think that works. And I'm also looking at the rat shape and thinking, also, where's my pen? There we go. All right, so for the rat shape, I'm also thinking maybe round out this neck a little bit. Maybe. Definitely going to make the bottom half slightly less round, I think. Maybe. There we go. Something along those lines. We're also going to get rid of this bottom half. Also, Flufferoni, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Fleet. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're a Lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. But yeah, I think I'm just going to draw the rat looking kind of like a peanut. There we go. Kind of like a peanut. Mr. Planners and all that. Maybe? Maybe. I don't know. Wait, I thought you were the crow. Yeah. I could kind of see that. I mean, both models are both around the same size, but yeah, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. If you thought that was a mistake, or yeah, if you thought there was some confusion behind that before, you should have... Right, I forgot to put that. Hold on a minute. I forgot to put the text-to-speech. But yeah, if you thought there was confusion before, you should have seen the bird when they had their humanoid form for a week.
The moth is the mascot. I am the one who's running the show.
Get out of here, bird. Yeah. All right, let's see. Wahoo? Wahoo, why? Yeah. Also, thank you for the bits there, Ree. Is that how I want the rat model? I'm considering it, but not quite 100%. I'm still looking into this idea. Again, this is what the sketching phase is for. To really figure out what on earth you're trying to do. Maybe make the head rounder. Maybe get rid of that Mr. Peanut look. I don't know. Maybe make the nose a bit more of a schnauzer somehow. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, how do I make the nose look longer? And I think I got a couple of ideas on how to make the nose look a little bit longer. We're also going to get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of the whiskers for a minute. There we go. Sir Lampy, where? There is no sirs here. Also, welcome on in there, Talus. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Or do you prefer I am? You let me know. That's so cute. Yo, thanks. I'm glad you like it. Or which one? The bird or the bird talking? Which part? Let's see. I came here to get motivation for drawing. Ah, then you might be in the right place. I always try to talk about all the drawings and stuff. I try to figure out how to explain my drawing process while I'm working on all of it. And yeah, that's basically about it. I also yammer on about Yu-Gi-Oh! And stuff. Or whatever concept ever comes to mind while I'm working on this sort of thing. Mostly yammering on about the topic of, or the process of whatever it is that I'm trying to think while I'm making this stuff. So in the meantime, I hope you enjoy while we figure out how this works. Oh, Wahoo for the bits. Oh, fair. Then Wahoo indeed. Also save y'all's money. Alright, let's see. It's so cute. No, I'm glad that you like the rat. I'm still trying to figure something out here. We'll get this idea on paper in one way, shape, or form. Maybe make the nose wider? Something like that? Okay, so it is a concept. I think I might know what I need to do. Let's remove that part. And just put the whiskers for now. Actually, no. Let's put this weird shape like so. But I know what we're going to do for this. Because since we have to make it a live 2D model and it has to move left to right, here's how we're going to make it, you know, make the nose move left to right. Because I'm going to show you a quick sketch. What I also want to do is make sure that when the mouse moves its face, that the nose is something like this. Something along those lines. This is the angle that we're going to try to get. And I got an idea how we could do that. Actually, we may not even need this. Well, we're going to keep that line there because I know how we're going to get this shape done. I got an idea for it. It's going to be tricky, but it's going to work. All right, let's see. I'm good. How you been? Nice. Glad to hear. I've been all right. Just been working on some new stuff. I got myself a new project. Someone is commissioning me to make a... Yeah, someone's commissioning me to make an art piece for their new album. So I'm looking forward to that. I can't divulge what it is, but I can definitely tell you it's surprisingly similar to the first time I made someone's album cover art. Like, yeah, for those of you who don't know, I've made album cover art for someone before. I don't know how, what do I call it? Or what am I trying to say? I don't know how far out their band got, but it was still a cool concept. It was for a serpent tsunami. I don't know if that name rings any bells to anybody, but that was still a fun project. That one took several months, but that's also because that was also my early days of doing commissions. All right, also Dice, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. On the next Saturday, the Fortnite Star Wars season ends, as rumors say the new season will be a superhero theme. Ah, fair. Interesting. And I picked the worst time for it then. Is next Saturday when they add the... No, wait, next Saturday? Okay, no, we're fine. I could just update it next Saturday and then Sunday I'll have it ready. Okay. Oh, you're going to animate it? Not only am I going to animate this one, I am going to be turning it into a model, much like you see with the bird and the... If you look at the bird and the moth over there, this rat is going to be a similar medium. It's going to be a live 2D model. It's going to move left to right. It's going to go up and down. It's also going to have the quadrupedal and the bipedal. So it's going to be upright mouse, like so. And it's also going to be like a regular anatomically correct mouse, even though that looks more like a turtle, or as Elden Ring likes to call it, a dog. It's gonna be like one of those two. It's gonna have both of those features on top of it. So there we go. You know what? I think this is fine as is for the sketch. I think we can move on to the next step. All right, let me try to catch up some things. I always say wahoo out loud when people give me bits. My fingers just automatically type it now. Ah, fair. You know what? Understandable. Because again, I mean, honestly, when people give bits, it still means a lot, honestly. Because nobody has to give money here. There's no obligation. And even if I was like, you have to give money, that doesn't change anything. You don't have to. You could just look at this and say, no, and then walk away. That's basically it. Or, you know, change the channel, move to a different thing. So, whenever anyone chooses to do so, it means a whole lot, because, you know, I don't know why you would, but thank you. What program do you use? Oh wait, let's see. I missed a part, but do not worry, I will catch up to that one. I'm not here sneaking up behind the cute mouse. Fair. I mean, you could sneak up on that mouse all you want. Like, mice and rats are very, very sneaky. So if you could sneak up on one, you got this. Also, let me see. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Congrats. Oh, thank you. What program do you use? Okay, so there are two programs, well, technically three. Three programs that I use for three different things. One, for the drawing, I use Photoshop, specifically an older version that does not have to deal with the cloud stuff, because as someone who uses Photoshop a lot, I will never recommend it to anyone unless it's an older version. If it's an older version like CS6 and below, then yeah, I would recommend it if you could get your hands on that, because you don't have to put the Photoshop, or, you know, you wouldn't have to deal with the whole, what's it called, registering it, or not so much registering it, but you wouldn't have to deal with the whole thing where you have to pay for it monthly. Monthly subscriptions, I'm like, So that's why I would always recommend other programs, other drawing programs like Clip Studio Paint, GIMP, Krita, stuff like that. But if you could get an older version of Photoshop, or, I don't know, Sail the Seven Seas, if you catch my drift, yo ho ho, then yeah, Photoshop. As for the rigging section, that one is going to be... For the rigging section, it's going to be, what's it called? Live 2D Cubism. I think there's at least one other program that is in the works that someone's trying to figure out how to make that work for, you know, live 2D rigging. But for right now, the only one that I can think of is Clip Studio Paint, or yeah, not Clip Studio Paint, Live 2D Cubism for the live, or, you know, for the model part and the model part, the movement, and, you know, the actual rigging and stuff. Sometimes even animations. As for using the actual model, I believe there's two programs, but the one that people mostly use is VTube Studio. That one is the best one to use for the, you know, for the movements and stuff. Alright, let's see. Oh, never mind. I see the Photoshop. Yeah, the Photoshop sign there. Take it with a grain of salt, but apparently Saitama might appear in the superhero season. I'm already looking forward to it. We'll see. We'll see if that turns out. We'll see if that turns out. Yo, Dadbod, welcome on in, folks. Go check out World Eater. They do a lot of music. They do some amazing stuff. If you're a fan of heavy metal and screaming music, that's a good place to go. If you're a fan of watching some karaoke nights, that's a good place to go. Or if you're a fan of roguelites, that's also a good place to go. Go check them out when you get the chance. All right, let me see. Oh, look, a cult. Hey, no cult leader. That one I use, Clip Studio Paint. Fair. That's still a very good option, because they also have the smudge tool. So long as they have a smudge tool, that's all you need to hear. Rolls a d20, 14. That's a successful sneak up behind the new rat. The rat? Yeah, go sneak up on the rat. Appreciate it. How goes the art? Yeah, so far so good. I got the sketch done for the rat model. Now I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to rig this sucker. So first, we need to start making some layers. We need to start making some shapes. And the first shape that we're going to make is the tail, because this is the one that is in the way back. However, we're not going to quite make... Okay, we have two options for this tail right here. And honestly, I'm thinking of... How do I put it? we can either just go with we can either go with two options. We can either make the tail that we have right there and just give it some physics settings, or we can make just a straight line tail that just sways left to right, let me show. Okay, let me see if I have an example of a tail that I made that sways left to right around here. Let me see. Tail. Oh, you know what? I know. We gotta go over here. That's fine. Well, okay, so this one isn't the one that does the tail swing. This is more like the first option that I was talking about, where you just have the tail move around with the physics settings, something along those lines. We could have the tail move along like that, or we can have the tail move in a different way, in a different fashion. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's find a good example of a tail. Scroll all the way to the edge. Tail. Or we could just have a tail where it just sways on its own and does something like this. And for a rat model, okay, not gonna lie, for the rat model, I think we might have to go with option one, because I don't really know how, I don't know, considering how rats are, I don't really think that rats have a tail that just sway back and forth like that, because most of the time rats, you know, their tails are usually low to the ground. Their tails don't really move a lot like dogs and cats, so we might just go with the physics settings for the rat tail. Rats don't usually move their tails that much. Exactly, that's why I'm thinking of going with option number 2. Because this one, it's okay for most other models, but for a rat model, I don't think this works all that well. So we're gonna leave that one alone. Let's go, or yeah, let's go back, bring back Moth. There we go. Appreciate you. How's the art going? Yeah, so far so good. Wait, I think I read that one. Either way, yeah, so far so good. Just been working like crazy. And we're getting ready to work on the layers. Also, Zertes, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. We're gonna delete this. We're gonna swap out these earphones before it's too late. And let me see. Thank you for the save there, Astral, and welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. We're gonna name this. Oh, I never named it. Or right, I forgot. I never made a layer or even a folder for this. Let's create a new folder. We're gonna call that rat. And then we're gonna toss this one into the rat folder and just call it rat. There we go. Perfect. All right, so we have our rat folder and we have our rat file. So new layer. Right, we already got our layer. We called it tail. Oh, right, also, one other thing there, folks. Whenever you're making a model, you always want to remember to name your layers. Also, how do we make a live 2D model? Or yeah, how do we make the art for the live 2D model? Well, one thing we need to do is make multiple parts, multiple pieces. Let me put it to you this way. Have you ever seen those little paper puppets? I'm trying to think. What's a good example? I'm trying to remember. Like, have you ever seen those little paper puppets where they have all those little hinges where the joints would normally be? Let me get an image of a paper puppet right quick. Let me show you. Let me show you right quick. Paper puppet. Paper puppet GIF. Yeah, honestly, I think this one works best. Maybe not that one. Oh, you know what? Maybe this? Hold on. I'm trying to find the right GIF for this. Paper puppet GIF. Come on, there should be a good one for this. You know what? Close enough. Close enough indeed. And where is the timeline? There we go. Oh, it doesn't have that timeline animation? Hey, you know what? Don't worry about it. Anyway, just think of it like a paper puppet. I can't show it, or yeah, you can just look up paper puppet because apparently it's not showing me any examples. Layers have helped so much. Exactly, exactly. There you go there, Fluffer. So yeah, just adding layers, all of that stuff. And with those separate layers, when we put it into the other program, that will cause, or yeah, we just have to move and organize those layers in a certain way to make it look, or yeah, to give it the option of moving. That didn't explain jack, but you'll see as we get there. Okay. So like I said, first we start off with the tail. Let's make that tail layer. Let's also increase this, or yeah, drop the brush down to at least 50. Make sure it's at 100% sharpness to make sure that it's a nice crisp line. Drag this whole thing across like so. Do the same thing for the other end. Maybe make it a little less squiggly. All right, that should be good. Drag this down a little bit lower. Move a little more to the side like so. And there we go. We'll leave it at that point. We'll get our eraser. Clean up this point so it's a nice, smooth enough line. There we go. There we go. That's the best way for me to put it when it comes to the live 2D model stuff. We make separate layers so it's easier to move all the moving parts and pieces. Kind of like a grandfather clock or some sort of watch. Has all different parts and pieces and gears and stuff. Yeah, just basically a bunch of different parts and pieces, and they all move in certain directions to make one whole functioning motion. That's basically how live 2D models work. And if that didn't make any sense, look at paper puppets. Just look up paper puppets, you'll see how they work. And you'll see they're made out of a bunch of different little parts to look like one whole solid image, or one whole solid figure. It's made out of a bunch of tiny little parts. The upper arms, the lower arms, the upper arms, the lower arms, the upper legs, the lower legs, the ankles, all of that. And with this one, we're going to do something very similar. Well, with the exception of upper and lower arms, we're not going to go through all of that stuff. Use the brush for line art? Oh yeah, most definitely. Okay, so, to be fair, this was one of those things where how do I put it? Also, do not worry, folks. I will read the messages that popped up before that one. It's just that that's the one that caught my eye right now. So, I used the brush for line art mostly because that's how I was taught way, way, way back in the day. But that's also because I wasn't really taught how to draw on digital. I was mostly taught how to draw traditionally. And I just kind of took that into the digital art program. I mean, I was taught how Photoshop worked. I wasn't taught how to draw in Photoshop. I was just taught how to draw, and I was taught how Photoshop works. And then I just took both of the things that I learned from it and just slapped them together. Like some sort of amalgamated Frankenstein. There we go. We got our... We're going to fix the top up here, but we got our rat tail for now. Also, let me try to catch up with a lot of things. They may curl up, but they're often weighty. True, true, true. That's what I have noticed from seeing rats, is that their tails are very weighty. My best friend had fancy rats for a long time before switching to pet goats. That's one heck of an upgrade. Having tiny little rats to full-on goats? That's one heck of an upgrade right there. Chinese New Year dragons have a lot of paper moving parts. There we go, Chinese dragons. There you go. Or, you know, the New Year's dragons. That's a good example. Sneak, sneak, sneak. Welcome on in there, Spock. How you be? If you are being watched in Australia, would that make it squiggly down under? I can't believe I just read all of that. Okay, let's ban Spock. Yo, Violent Neutralist. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Having the squiggles in the bottom layer, and I'm gonna stop. Lampy. Oh, let's see. Lampy. QOTD. What's QOTD? What's your favorite adult cartoon? When we're saying adult, could you give an example? Because I'm looking at this like... Favorite adult cartoon, King of the Hill. There you go. Because I'm looking at that like... When you say that, what are you exactly saying? I want to make sure. But yeah, to answer that question, King of the Hill. Just to be safe, King of the Hill. Alright, that's fair. I mostly do traditional too. Ah, fair, fair, fair. Yeah, I would definitely say... Okay, so for traditional, the one thing I would say is try to figure out how to get the right pen. You'll have to set up your pen in a certain way. In digital, you'll have to set up your pen. But work requires us to use the pen, work requires us to use the pen tool. So I was kind of surprised you used the brush. Oh, fair, 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 fair. I mean, yeah, understandable. Like, if work requires that, that makes sense. Luckily for me, this is a... Okay, this one's a personal project. Two, I'm not part of any... Or, I don't... Okay, how do I put it? For me, when it comes to work, the only requirement that I have is that I gotta just get the job done. That's basically it. I gotta get it done, and I gotta get it done well. And luckily, since I'm not... since the work that I do when it comes to Photoshop isn't part of a company or agency or job or some sort of outside source, I'm not required to use anything specific. I just do what I do. Luckily. There was a time when I tried to get into graphic design as a job. I could not get that job to save my life because they wanted multiple requirements. One, I needed 5 years of experience. Two, I needed a bachelor's or master's degree for a starting job for entry-level graphic design. And three, I needed to know how to do web design for an entry-level graphic design job. I needed the most of the most experience, the highest of educations, and to know how to do anything other than making the graphics for things. I needed to actually learn how to set up a web page. And not gonna lie, I tried. I most certainly tried. But, yeah, no, that, Yeah, no. Although, to be fair, I'm actually glad that I didn't get those jobs. You know why? Because, again, all that work for an entry-level job that paid minimum wage, I wasn't even gonna get any extra pay for all of that stuff. Like, I could only imagine someone who went through all the training, went through all the classes, got into debt, because to get a master's degree, you're going to have to go to a university. To get a bachelor's degree, I think you need to go into a university. And universities in the West, those are expensive. Okay, maybe not so much in the West, but okay, actually, yes, in the West. But when I say the West, I specifically mean in the US. That is expensive. People get into debt to go to those sort of schools. For a minimum wage job? Might as well be working at McDonald's. They pay better at McDonald's and require less. So luckily I never got into that job. I never got down that route. But hey, I will say this. Regardless of the situation, I found a way to turn graphic design as well as, you know, just drawing in general into a job. And I didn't need no fancy schmancy master's degree. Now, don't get me wrong. No, this is not, this is not talking smack to those that did get a master's degree. This is talking smack to those that are only giving minimum wage jobs for those with a master's degree. Like, what sort of nonsense is that? Like, if you got a master's degree, I commend you for that, because that's a lot of work. I am also sorry if you're only able to get the minimum wage entry-level jobs, because that sucks. That ain't right. But to those that only offer minimum wage jobs for all of that work and require all of that, go eat a lemon. That's the only thing I could say. Go eat a lemon. All right, let me catch up with some things. But yeah, what kind of job do you work at, if you don't mind me asking? And I just realized I just rambled on about all of that, and it might be one of those things where it's like, I have that entry-level job, like, oh, I'm sorry there, friend. I hope they give you better work. All right, question of the day. Also, for example, South Park. True. Also, South Park, that's a really good example right there. It's kind of like South Park, except not as raunchy. Sometimes. Oh, right, music kind of stopped on my end. Give me a second. Still deaf on my end. Okay. Hold on. We're gonna get this fixed right. Yeah, we're gonna get this fixed right. We're gonna get this fixed proper. And then we're gonna get back to the drawing, because we are almost done with the rat tail line art. And then we can work on everything else. Okay, let's see. The brush line is so smooth. Yo, thank you. It's been many years of practice. But from the years that I've been working on it, I have also learned use the entire shoulder. There's also something I learned in art class. Draw with the entire shoulder. It makes the line movements a lot more smooth. Instead of just using your arm or wrist, use the entire shoulder for that. That, and it'll also help with not messing up your wrist so much. Or your hand. However, it's not always perfect, but it definitely helps. Too squiggly. You know what? I got an idea. Let's make this a little bit larger. Almost had it. Actually, you know what? We could just get the eraser. Erase a little bit there. Boom. There we go. Perfect. Let's also zoom out. There we go. Almost had it there. We're just making these little circles to, you know, indicate, you know, rat tail. Like little rat tail textures. Although I won't deny, circles, no matter how your method is still very difficult to work with. Like, I don't know about anyone else, but even half circles, I struggle with all the time. Like, even with half circles, I'm just sitting here thinking, why do I gotta work on all these circles? All these squares making a circle. Alright, let's see. It's more enjoyable to... Oh, it's more enjoyable to pun when it's a hype train. Yeah, That's why, you know what? No puns. All right. This isn't an employment? Nah. Oh, I just realized it's a joke. All right. I'm going to head off for the night. Oh, I'm going to head off for the night, lovelies. I have to be up early for meetings. Everyone have a fantastic time zone. All right there, Mini Potato. Thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. You go get that sleep. You go get that rest. And I'm wishing you the best of luck tomorrow. You got this. And I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now there, friend. Oh, question of the day. Also, for example, South Park. Oh, okay. So those kind of cartoons. Then yeah, King of the Hill. I don't know what it is about it. It was just very relatable back in the day. Except for Dale. Dale was anything but relatable. But that's also why he was like the best character there. It was just that... Actually, you know what? No, I take it back. You want to know why Dale was relatable? Because he's that one friend that you could never understand. Like, you hang out with them, you're cool with them, but they get into so many situations where you're just thinking to yourself, why? What made you think any part of this was a good idea? You're never going to join in on their antics, mostly because you yourself don't want to get in trouble, but you hear about these stories. That's Dale Gribble. And if you are the one that gets into these weird antics, then there you go. Maybe he was relatable because, if you yourself are getting into some really, really weird antics, then Dale Gribble is you. Ah, frickin' circle. You know what? We'll get to the circle again later. This is an entry-level position. So this is where you start to work. Alright, so this is where I start to work? No, you gotta have 10 years of experience. I know, right? Exactly, that part. That part I'm never gonna get over. I work in finance myself. Ah, fair. Wait, let me see. How is finance, if you don't mind me asking? You don't have to answer that if you don't want to, but is it entry-level finance? Is it like big money finance? Or, you know, well, not big money finance, but is it entry-level finance? Is it like high-end experience finance? Like, again, if it's one of those things where you don't want to talk about it or you're contractually obligated to not talk about it, I completely understand. You don't have to answer that. And that applies to everybody here. Always remember, whether it be this channel or anyone else's channel for that matter. If you're not comfortable answering any questions, just let them know that, or yeah, just let me or whoever else is asking that, or yeah, just basically just say that you're not comfortable answering that question. Most people will understand, and those that don't, well, you're dodging a bullet. Get out of there. That's what I always like to say. Like, that's usually how I go about things. There we go, rat tail. So, we got the line art for the rat tail done. That's the first step. Now it's time for steps number 2 through 36 or something. We'll find out. Thank you for the hydrate there, Icy. And the stretch. Yeah. There we go. Circles are a hit or miss. True, very much true. They're usually a miss until you get that one hit. Actually, now that I think about it, circles are like a boss fight. You're going to die a lot. But the only one that, or yeah, the only run that actually matters is the one where you actually got the win. And then you're done. And it's done, it's over. Circles are like a, yeah, circles are a drawing boss fight. That's the best way to go about it. I liked Bobby. He was the most relatable to me as a kid who doesn't know a lot and gets yelled at when he doesn't know, or when he doesn't know something no one told him. Also true, also very, very true. That and the expectations of your family that you're never gonna make, or yeah, that you're never gonna amount to. Although I've always said this, and I will always say this. if you feel like you're never going to amount to what your family is hoping for, or no matter how hard you try, your family doesn't, whether it be a parental figure or something like that, and they, you know, they just, it never feels like you ever meet their expectations, don't meet their expectations, because you're never going to get there. Now, I know that sounds like a cruel and unusual thing to say, but the moment you hear that, I feel like if you could hear that and you can understand that, life will become a lot easier. They will probably judge you for it, they will look down on you for it, but it doesn't matter. They were always going to look down on you. So, don't worry about it. Don't stress it. Just keep going. Also, ads start in 30 minutes, or 30 seconds. Alright, let me see. Now I'm more on the high-end experience side. More back-end... Oh, more back-end up stuff. Ah, fair. Back-end operation. Gotcha. I like it. It's not bad, and the hours are pretty normal. Hey, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. See, that's a good running job right there. Give that rat a rat tail style. I'm not giving this rat a rat tail. You wouldn't even be able to see it behind that. Hey, the rat looks really good. Yo, thank you. We just started. Wait till you see, like, the finished, yeah, wait till you see the finished part. Also, the bunker is going to be cool. I'm really trying. Alright, good to hear, good to hear. I'm looking forward to seeing that bunker later. Alright, let me see. So, now that we got the rat tail done, the next step we need to do, we gotta draw the feet. We gotta draw rat feet. Rat foot 1. Wait, why did I put 1? It's only gonna need that one rat foot. Rat foot R. Actually, you know what? Yeah, R. Because it's going to be the right rat foot. Now, chances are you're probably thinking that when we draw the rat foot, it's just going to be this. And under normal circumstances, you'd be very much right to think so. Because, yeah, if this was just a line art image, this is where the rat foot would be. This is where it would end. It would stop at where the body is. However, this isn't just this isn't just a regular PNG art piece. This is going to be a live 2D model, which means to make sure that everything goes according to plan and there are no slight movements that may expose something that is not needed to be seen, we are going to need to do what is called... Okay, I don't know what it's called when it comes to most terminologies, but I'm going to use a printer, yeah, I'm going to use a printer terminology for this. The term called bleeding. Now, what on earth is bleeding, you may be wondering? If you have ever done professional printing, then you may know what that term is. Or professional graphic design for printing, one of those two, then you may know what that is. If you don't, I'm going to explain that one right now. Bleeding is basically when to eliminate any margin of error, or most margin of errors, you go beyond the exact line. I'm going to show you what I mean. Let's say the body moves here. Actually, yeah, let's make a new layer for this, because I want to show what I mean. Let's say, for example, the body or shape, like a logo or something, goes exactly right there. And on what you're thinking is that, or yeah, for most folks, when they're working on things, they're thinking, we got to make it exactly how it needs to be right there, so it'll stop at that point, and then we'll be done. However, whenever it comes to printing, printing is never perfect either. So, let's say you started doing the printing, and you needed two different shapes, and one of them needs to overlap the other, and things slightly move a little bit. You'll notice that, let's say, it moved a little bit to the right. There will be a gap between that. You move it a little more to the left, it'll pop up a little too far off. Down, same thing. And with Live 2D, this will happen especially a lot more than most other situations. Like, for example, if the model moves around and we just give it like rat steps, you'll notice, there's a whole space right there. So what we're going to do is called bleeding, which is overlapping these things to a significant amount to where if it happens to move, it will not ruin the image. So let's get rid of this line. We don't need it no more. And let's make the rest of that flip. There we go. This part doesn't even need to be remotely perfect because this is just for... Yeah, this part is mostly just there to prevent, you know, any spaces from being left. That's the best way to go about it. Let's also go back over here. Remove that space. Remove that part. Also, welcome in, Kalena. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. I hope things are good. I hope things are well. All right, let me see. I actually love South Park. I found the show hilarious, and 2/3 of the South Park games are really fun. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I haven't played any of the South Park games, but I've heard good things. All right, so now that we have a rat foot, you're probably thinking, okay, it's time to draw the second one. Not quite. We're actually going to go to rat body next. And in case you're wondering, like, wait, are you just going to skip that one? Kind of. Kind of. It'll make sense later. So, next step. New layer. We're going to name this one Body. We're going to put it right there. Here's what we need to do next. Take this entire portion. Just make round old body. You know what? Let's start from the top here first. And also, since we're working with what I just mentioned before, to keep it with a bleeding effect, we're just going to make an entire egg. This whole egg. And then we stop there. Come down to this point. Drag a little further off. It's a wild lampy. It is a wild lampy. How goes the moth today? So far, so good. Just been working and drawing like crazy. Got myself a new job to work on soon enough. So look forward to that image. I can't explain what it is yet, but when we get to that point, and when that album comes out, that's when I'll be able to show you the work that we put into... Oh, right, by the way, I forgot to say, before I get into any details, I'm not gonna... When I say the album, I'm not singing. There's no music on my end. Is that someone is commissioning me to make a cover art for that. So when that album comes out, I can show you folks the cover art that we're making for it. Because I just realized, without details and without context of what I mentioned before, it's like, album? Lampy, you're making an album? No. Roan, hey. Boy, what are you doing? Also, welcome on in there, Mew. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Let's give a shout out. What were you up to? What were things going? How were things be? I hope they were well. And folks, go check out It's a Mew. Or It's Mew. They play a good variety of games. They do, they play a good variety of games. They do a lot of, they do an occasional IRL stream here or there. They do some crafting, they do some baking. They say some of the raunchiest stuff you ever have imagined. But it's a really fun time over there, and they're really great people. So if you're a fan of that sort of stuff, go check them out. No? Yeah. Shout out. Take it. Accept the shout out there. Accept the shout out there, Mew. I hope things are going well. People are going to say to play the fractured butthole, but I say play the stick of truth first. Ah, fair. Understandable then. I don't know if I'm going to ever be able to get to that game, though, unfortunately, mostly because there's already a backlog of games that I already have, but... Like, I haven't even gotten to play... I haven't even played, what's it called? Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Echo the Dolphin 1. Echo for the Dreamcast. I think... Oh. The Dark Souls series, which is funny because I've played Bloodborne and I've played Elden Ring, but I have never finished the Dark Souls series, but I want to. And whenever there's any lore going on into it, whenever there's lore that goes into the game, or when they talk about any other games, or okay, actually, let me clear my thoughts. Let me articulate what I'm trying to say. Okay, I think we're good. So, whenever I'm playing one of the other games and I'm looking into the lore of the other games like Bloodborne or Elden Ring, and then they start to go into these theories of maybe it was part of Dark Souls, and here's my theory why. When you look into Dark Souls, I'm like, nope. That is the only one I haven't spoiled for myself for the most part. I don't even know how that one ends. So... I am going to look into that many, many years later. Or hopefully this year. I'm trying. We're gonna figure this out. Don't check me out. Bad idea. I got a motorcycle. Yeah, see? There you go. Motorcycle. Go check out Miu. They got a motorcycle. No Metal Gear Rising? Funny enough, I have the game. I just haven't gotten to it yet. I haven't gotten to that game yet. I want to. I literally have it. And when I did want to play it, my controller died. Once I got a controller for it, I didn't jump into that game because I was into other games. And once I finally finished off Bloodborne and jumped into some other games after that, I was, you know, stuck with work. It's just like what happened with Elden Ring. Not gonna lie, for those of you that don't know, the first time I picked up Elden Ring on the same day as everyone else, and I didn't finish it till 2 years later. I'm still playing Elden Ring to this day, but it took me 2 years to get back into it and actually finish it. Alright, let me see. Also, Alice Slime, welcome on in. Let's give a shout out to Alice Slime. Go check them out. They play a good variety of games. Very much Slime. Really awesome people. But yeah. Fair, just putting my 2 cents on the South as a South Park fan? That's fair, that's fair. That's understandable then. Oh yes, Raiden. Of course, of course Raiden is one of your other character crushes. Makes sense. White hair, samurai sword, lots of baggage. Lots of baggage. That also reminds me, I need to get back to Crypta the Necrodancer. Dadbot, if you're still there, Crypta the Necrodancer when? Yeah? Yeah? Actually, that should be something I should need to be asking myself. When's the next time I'm free for Crypta the Necrodancer? You know what? If you're there, Crypta the Necrodancer, you let me know when. If not, I'll figure out one of these days to play Crypta. Because I really want to play that game again. It's a dumb one. It's a tricky one. But it's a lot of fun. Alright, so now that we got the shape of the body, here's what we're going to do. We only made one half of it, and there is a very specific reason as to why we did. Right, actually, before we do that, let's delete that layer copy. Because what I want to do is that I want to get a selection tool, a selection square specifically, get to a certain point, and cut it to where it is a solid, evened cut between the top and the bottom. You know what? Maybe a little bit further off. Something right there. This should be good. Something like that. Copy, paste, and merge is the way to go. There you go. Fluffer's getting it. So now that we got that, copy, reflect, flip it over, and then merge the 2 layers. And honestly, maybe move it a little more to the... Maybe it'll move it a little more to the left. Maybe not that much. Let's stretch this out just a little bit. That should be good. That's a solid shape right there. This should work just fine. Now for the next step. Now that we got the body, and as for this pointed end that seems a little off, this part does not matter. Or yeah, this pointed end here, specifically where the body meets the head, does not matter. That part could be as scuffed as imaginable, mostly because this section will not be seen. Specifically, this point right here will not be seen. Bottom half will be seen, so it needs to be just right. And for the most part, seems good enough. Right here, doesn't matter. It could be all sorts of messed up. Doesn't matter. It'll be fine because it'll be hidden by the face and the head and everything else. Hey, Lampy. Yo, Karibo. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Next step. We need to make the arm. We're just going to call this arm. Not too much to it. Let's make a little arm right there, a little arm right there. Clean up the corners of said arm. There we go. And then we just gotta make these little fur points for the wrist. And then we could just gotta make little rat hand. Little rat hand there. Little rat hand here. How many hands do they have for a little rat hand? We're gonna find this out. Time to go back. Rat. How many points does a rat have? A rat hand have? Okay, so 3 fingers and possibly what looks like a thumb. Probably not a thumb, but it looks enough like a thumb. So yeah, so 4 points. We're gonna give it a little rat thumb, and then 3 little rat fingers. So let's go back over here and break that part off. And we'll clean it up from there. Let me see. You could hide some Hawaiian pizza back there. Wait, hide some Hawaiian pizza where? Where are we hiding Hawaiian pizza? What did I say? Or what did somebody say for the Hawaiian pizza? Where are we hiding? Oh, yeah, hiding Hawaiian pizza back here. Yeah, basically. Pineapple. Pineapple. That's your little Hawaiian pizza. Boom, there we go. Would make a funnier Easter egg, just put a little Hawaiian pizza in there. You know what? You know what? For those of you that are not a fan of Hawaiian pizza, I am sorry. But, this is what's on the rat's mind, is just Hawaiian pizza. There we go. Little Hawaiian pizza right there. And no one will ever know because the body will not go that far. As a matter of fact, just gonna toss it right there. No one will ever know that they have a Hawaiian pizza brain. That's gonna be great. Okay, let's see. There's a Master Splinter joke somewhere. There's your Master Splinter joke. Perfect. All right, let's see. Hey, yo, it's Master Splinter. Yeah, see, exactly. Like, it is Master Splinter. He's got the pizza and everything. That's why he's got pizza on the mind. Whenever he thinks of his sons, he thinks of pizza. Pizza, pizza. All right, let's go back. Let's go back over here. Draw the little Master Splinter hands. Not quite. Let's fix up this finger. Let's add that there, and we should be good. All right, so we got the little rat hand. Kind of. Let's bring this one a little further out again. Since we kind of lost the dynamic of that rat hand, I'll bring it a little bit further out. There we go, right there. Now let's get our eraser, bring the size of the eraser down a little bit. Boom, there we go. Drag this across. Move that over there. And we're good. We got our little rat hand. Tiny, tiny little rat hand. You know what? Let's make that arm a little bit bigger. Let's take this entire piece and increase the size just a little bit more. Something like that. There we go. Much better. Because the previous hand was a little too tiny. This one makes a lot more sense. There we go. We got the rat arm. Let's drag this down a little bit. Right, I forgot. Let's separate this. We're just going to call this one pizza. Pizza. There we go. That's its whole other layer. That's its own layer right there. That has nothing to do with what we're working with. Okay, let's see. Let's see. He's waiting for some turtles to show up. In Elden Ring, we call those dogs. The turtles eat let's see. The turtles eat sprinkles on pizza. Pretty sure Hawaiian is up their alley too. They eat sprinkles on pizza? Yeah, they'll have no problem with Hawaiian on pizza. At least I don't think they won't. Crazy how rats don't actually like cheese IRL. I mean, you say that, but I apologize to anyone who has to hear this, but there was a rat infestation in my house once, and I set up a rat trap. I just put a piece of Kraft cheese on it, and boom! Rat trap. Yeah. Anyway. Let me tell you, it was just as traumatizing for me as anyone else who had... Okay, if you thought it's traumatizing to hear that, imagine being the person who had to set up the trap, hear the snap, and then have to go check it out. And see the results. Yeah. Not the best of experiences. Alright. We're just going to call this one head. Had to glue trap my apartment lately. Got 5 mice in 2 days. Oh, fair. Yeah. City's a rough place. I don't know if it's a city thing or not, but I know, like, where I'm living right now, like, yeah, it's one of those things where you just have to make sure there's no food anywhere for even 5 minutes. Gotta lock up all the place. Make sure there's ain't nothing, no spots left. And my last apartment had 7 to deal with. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Yeah, that's... Ugh. Sorry to hear that there, friend. I mean, rats will eat anything, but they prefer sweeter stuff. Oh, okay, you know what? Fair, understandable then. Instead, you see a duck gets trapped trying to get the cheese. I'm throwing you and the entire rat trap into the trash. Like, well, what do we have here? What do we have here? Get in the trash bin. Lampy, we need to hang out again. We do need to hang out. It's been a while. You need to figure out what to do there. Or how to get that done. You let me know when you're free and we'll figure something out. I never have mice since I feed some stray cats that live on my porch and in return they keep the rodents away. That's a smart move. That's a very, very smart move. Unfortunately, for me, I don't know what it is about this house, but the rats are in the walls. They live in the freaking walls. Okay, so now that we got the head layer, we're actually gonna do something a little different. We could make a perfect, or we could try to make a perfect circle and fail every step of the way. But here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get ourselves an elliptical shape. Or what is it called exactly? Let me double check on this thing. Yeah, elliptical marquee tool. What does that mean? What on earth is an elliptical marquee tool? It's a tool that makes a circle for you. It's just a tool, makes a circle, you add the outline to said circle, boom, you're done, circle. Perfect circle, easy. Well, almost easy. I want to actually fix that up a little bit. We're going to put that to the inside of the circle. And I want to bump that up to 20. That's still 10. I accidentally put 10. Bump this up to 20. There we go, much better. And now that we got that circle, we're going to line up the circle and the body. So head, body, line those up to a perfect shape. There we go, perfect. Now for the next step, what we need to do is hide that pizza for a minute, as well as hide the body for a minute. Because now, let's get ourselves an eraser. Make sure the eraser shape is at 100% sharpness. And increase the size of this eraser significantly to a point where it's large enough to erase the bottom half of the circle, but not large enough to erase the entire thing. Now that we got to this point, we just drag this eraser down until we hit a certain point. Until we hit low enough to where we could just at least erase enough of the circle to make it look like the head is... Well, you'll see what I mean. Let's just click here. Similar to the... Yeah, this is basically so we could get a similar shape to the bottom half of the head that we made during the sketch. Let's put it like that. Maybe make that drop a little bit wider. You know what? We're going to bring this down here for a second. We're going to get our eraser. Drag the eraser just a little bit further down. There we go. Get the head and the background of the body. Or, yeah, get the head and the background. Line those up. Get our lasso tool. Or get our, not the lasso tool, get the rulers on the sides. So I can line this up with the center of this entire... the center of the entire canvas. Is what I want to do next, now that I got the center of the canvas. Actually, what I could have just done was this. Select the head, reflect, flip, horizontal, and just merge those two together. I didn't even need to go through all those extra steps. Kind of. You know what? Maybe I did need to go through those extra steps. Let's delete the copy. Let's go back over here. Let's get the rectangular shape. Drag it all the way across like so. Make sure that it's on the dot. It is on the dot. Delete that one. Now that we deleted that, let's go back over here. Duplicate, transform, flip. Actually, before we flip, let's take that part of the circle, move it right over there to the edge. Now we flip this sucker. Flip horizontal. Boom, we're good. Put enter. Okay, we were a little off. Oh, we weren't. No, perfect. All right, merge these two together. Now we have the head layer. And we can get rid of this guideline. We don't need it no more. Boom. And we're all set. The head is perfectly aligned while still having that shape that cuts right across. And do not worry, folks. I will catch up with the rest of the reading soon after. I just need to get that done. And now, for the head and the body, line those up perfectly. And we're good. We are good. We are all set. We're back on track. Let us save. That's the head shape. And we're going to be warping that head shape a little later. Once we get to the line 2, or yeah, the live 2D part, we're going to be warping that head a bit. All right, let me catch up with things. I had to put each one out of their misery every time because I didn't want them to suffer. Honestly, fair and reasonable, and also sorry to hear that. Because yeah, that's a... imagine being stuck like that. That's a rough experience. Yeah. Gotta do what you gotta do, you know? Poor mice, but at the same time, they gotta learn to stop getting in the houses. My grandma used to have mice sometimes, but we take care of an outdoor cat and ain't got any in ages. Yeah, see, there you go. Best way to not have mice and rats in your house is have a cat around. For obvious reasons. Let's hide that pizza. The pizza is remaining... oh, let's eat. Let's hide that pizza. The pizza is remaining and all-powerful. Yeah. That pizza, it's a difficult one. It's a tricky one. That pizza's not making it easy to hide it. There we go. I was going to say, if you want to hang out after stream, if you wanted to. I can try after stream. I will see how my energy feels after the end of the day. But yeah, if I'm not dead, I'm down to hang out. All right, let me see. Let me see the next step. What we need to do. Go back over here. And you know what? I was going to say, let's move the entire rat model, but then I realized, let's just move the sketch. Have it line up with everything here. That would be much easier to work with now that I really think about it. All right, now that we got that, let's hide the body. Hide the pizza for real this time. Let's go to the next layer. And we're going to call this one Eye. And this one's going to be a real simple shape. We're actually going to get that elliptical tool again. Because this one, all we got to do is this. Circle. Oval. Yeah, we're just going to make an oval for this one. It's a somewhat semi-rounded oval. Put it right there. Duplicate. Or not duplicate. We just fill in the blank. New layer after that. We're going to call this one Shine. Do the exact same thing as before. Except, instead of making it... yeah, instead of making it dark, we're going to make it light. Boom. There we go. So, the reason why I put that early is because Could you imagine that blank stare just staring at you the entire time? No light, no... Yeah, with just no semblance of life within those eyes as they stare at you dead in the... Yeah, dead into your soul. That would be terrifying now, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Anyway. Alright, next step. Let's put that shine back there so it's not as terrifying. Next layer, we're gonna call mouth. Yeah, it's basically staring at you like that. I wish I was cool to hang out with Lampy. You never pointed a day to get another card game. That's on you. Alright, let's see. Although to be fair, at the same time, I will say, finding time for people is very, very difficult. I will say that. It's a tricky situation. Because I know one friend that has called me... Okay, I feel bad about this. Because I know I'm a bad friend for this one. A friend of mine has called me 3 times in the past week. And I have not been able to catch any of them calls except for the last one. Like, most of the time I'm looking at, like, I either wake up and I see that the phone, or yeah, that they called. I'm streaming and they called. Or one time I was actually collabing with someone and they called and I was like, worst timing of all timings, come on. And so I have to leave the phone on hold, or I have to leave the phone. I just have to leave it there. I'm like, I will call them back later, and then I forget. So one thing I will definitely say, folks, you don't want to be Lampy's friend. You're going to end up being there, like, trying to call me, and I'm like, I can't make it right now. I will call them back some other time. 2 weeks go by. Because I eventually call my friend back. It just takes forever, and I have to do so. That's the main thing. That's the one issue, is that it eventually happens. At some point. It takes forever, but it happens. And if you thought I was better at texting, I could definitely tell you I'm not. It's been a month since I've messaged someone else back. I'm like, I need to get back to messaging them. What am I doing? Now, let me see. Next step. We're on... Actually, we're not even going to call this one mouth. We're going to call it mouth line. There we go. And despite the fact that this is... Actually, you know what? We can make it work with this mouth shape. Mouth line. Flip. So we get the exact perfect line that we're looking for. There we go. Merge them together. And we're all set. That mouth line, and we're actually going to name this one mouth line top. The reason why we're naming it mouth line top is for this reason. New layer. Mouth line bottom. We're putting that one underneath mouth line top. And here's the reason why. We're going to start at this point. Drag a line all the way across. That should be good enough. You know what? Let's try that one again. Start at the top corner here. Drag it all the way across. Stop right there. And where it should be all good. Pick our stretch tool. Stretch it all the way across. And there we go. That is our mouth line bottom. Even though it doesn't look like it. You're probably thinking, how is that a mouth line bottom? You see, this is going to be hidden by so many other things. And when it comes down, it's going to be something like that, where it comes down, and we warp this sucker. To a much better degree than that, but we warp it. Trust me, in Live 2D, it warps a lot better. But yeah, it's got to be something like that. Kind of. So, we're just going to leave it right there. For now. But we will also hide mouth line bottom for now. And now we need to make a new layer. We're going to call this one mouth inside. All right. How dare you put the blame on... Oh, let's see. How dare you put the blame on me, JK? Fine, I should ask when you have time. See, that's all you gotta do is just ask. I mean, that's usually what I tell all sorts of people. Like, if you ever want to hang out or do a project or something, ask and I will see what I can do to the best of my ability. Despite the fact that there was one time where someone asked and we weren't able to get that project done for a multitude of reasons, but they asked and I wasn't able to meet up that expectation, unfortunately. But asking still helps. It still helps a lot. You never know. Always remember, folks, when it comes to anything, and I'm not even just talking about talking to me either. I'm talking about talking to anybody or like trying to get any sort of project done at all whatsoever. Whether it be trying to get a project done, trying to hang out with someone, trying to talk to somebody, trying to ask somebody out, trying to get that job, seeing if you could set up a team to commit the biggest heist you could possibly imagine, or setting up a team to help the unfortunate, to help the small, to help the meek from big businesses or like roving gangs or mobsters. If you want to set up the A team, or you know, all those other things that I mentioned prior, you just need to give it a shot and ask. Try to see who would be able to do what at what time, or if they'll be able to do so at all. They may say, sure. They may say, sorry, can't help you. They may not even respond. Or they may insult you in some way, shape, or form. And let me tell you, both, all of those, you know, some are unfortunate, some are awesome, some are just how life works. Well, actually, all of them are just how life works. But the only thing you could really say is, you at least gave it a shot. And you would have never known if you didn't give it a shot. Always remember that. Alright, next step. Also, welcome on in there, Genie Prom. How you be? Hope you're having a good day there, buddy. So, like I said, we're making the shape, mouth inside. We're gonna get our our elliptical tool again. Make the mouth shape about here. Actually, you know what? Maybe a little bit smaller. Just a little bit smaller, somewhere along those lines. This should be good. Now, let's make that shape. We're going to get a bit of a dark red for it, too. That should be good. Yeah, that should be a fine shape for the inside of the mouth. Drag it down. Put it right over here. Reshape it a bit. Now, why on earth are we making this very, very weird shape? Do not worry. This will make all the more sense the further down the road we go. You'll understand when we get there. Now that we got that, what we need to do, make rat tongue. We're going to name that one tongue. Tongue. Which you have no idea how difficult it was to figure out how to spell tongue over these past couple of years. All right, next step. We're actually just going to make another circle. Make another... Actually, you know what? We don't even have to do that. We could just take the mouth inside, copy it, make a new color for it, actually make it a lot brighter. Somewhere around there should be good. Just a light pink, a very bright red. And then we shrink it down a little bit. And then we then we just pull this down. There we go. We just make the inversion of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. There we go. Now, why did we do that shape? Why is this such a weird shape that we just put together here? I'm going to show you what this weird shape was for. This is how we make the tongue. Put a clipping mask. Boom. It is finished. But we'll get to rendering all that stuff later. Last thing we need to do. Actually, let's remove that clipping mask. Take these two layers. Well, not even take these two layers. Delete the previous one. And rename the copy that we made take the copy and rename it tongue. And then boom, there we go. We got the tongue. Next layer, we need to make the teeth. We're just going to call this rat teeth. Also, Genie Problem, welcome on in. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Will that tongue waggle? Nah, I don't know. Not sure any purpose for a rat to have a waggly tongue. I'm really trying to think about that. I feel like that's more of a thing for the dog to have. Like, I feel like the dog will have a tongue that waggles. For the rat, I don't know so much about that. Like, I don't see the rats having a waggly tongue like that. I'm really trying to think about it too. Like, the rats' tongues waggle. I really can't see it. If they do, let me know, because I'm really trying to think about that one. Adding it to the expression animation just came to mind since it was being drawn. Ah, fair. I mean, I can't see the purpose for it, but it is still a thought nonetheless. It is still an idea. Or it can still be an idea nonetheless. I just don't know why a rat would have one, though. That's the only thing that's getting to me on that one, like, It is still doable nonetheless, though. All right, next step. Now that we got that, let's go back to rat teeth. So here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna make square teeth. Okay, maybe not so much square, but let's make that shape. Have it go all the way across like so. Make it go over here. Have it go up like that. There we go. Let's go back to this spot and drag it further down a little more. Just to line that tooth up. There we go. Now that we got that tooth, let's move it a little more over here. Move it a little more to the right. Get our lasso tool. Have the lasso go between the lines that we just made. Fill in that spot with the wrong color, apparently. There we go. We accidentally added an inversion. Yo, Cloud Jumper, welcome on in. How you be? Hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Lampy's sounds like the villager voices. I have seen a rat lick wounds, and once in a while, instead of nibbling the ball in a cage... Oh. Nibbling the ball on a cage water bottle, it will... Oh. They will lap. Oh. I didn't know rats did that. The more you know. The more you know. Popping in to say hi before bed. Ah, fair. And I hope you enjoy the stream in the meantime. And I hope you have a good day, a better tomorrow, a great week. And I hope you get some good rest. In the meantime, we're going to figure out how to make this rat. We're going to flip this over. Flip horizontal. And this will be the rat tooth. Or the rat teeth. Maybe we could even drag this down a little bit more. Where'd that pizza come from? Pizza, I told you, get out of here. Not now. Alice was right. That pizza's too powerful. That is too powerful of a pizza right there. I'm gonna delete that. We're just gonna call these teeth. Actually, you know what? We're gonna hide one for... We'll keep them there for now. But we're gonna hide one of those teeth later. We're gonna leave the rat teeth right here. Actually, you know what? Bring it down a bit. There we go. That's rat teeth. Rat teeth. All set, all good. Nom. Okay. Now that we got that, we're actually going to hide everything that we just put there. Lurk. All right, you do your lurking there, Mattias, and welcome on in. Let's give you a shout out, folks. Go check out Mattias. Really funny people over there. Really great people, too. Really awesome stuff. Risk of Rain 2 win. Okay, we are gonna hide... Actually, no, we're not gonna hide any of this stuff. New layer. Right behind mouth line top. So right under that one, we're gonna make a new layer. We're gonna call this one upper lip. And I'm gonna show you something very interesting about this part. We're going to make it a dim blue. Actually, you know what? I got another idea. Let's get that elliptical tool again. And start right here. Actually, you know what? No, let's start right here again. Just make a very, very large elliptical tool. Like so. And then we're going to make it a very light blue. And now you're probably looking at this and thinking, okay, Lampy, what on earth are you doing? What is this? I thought you were making an upper lip. And we are making an upper lip. But I'm going to show you something very, very interesting about it. Which you may not see today, but you will see the moment we start the live 2D rigging. Which might be in... Which might either be next stream or the stream after that. It might be in 2 streams that we start doing the live 2D rigging. Because we still need to render this stuff. We need to render all of these layers. And once we got all these layers rendered, that is when we start doing, you know, the actual rigging stuff. You know what? Let me get the brush a little bit. Let's increase the size over here. That spot should be good. Then we're going to get the lasso tool. Right. Not the lasso tool, the rectangle tool. Switch this out, get that rectangle tool. Put it right there. Delete that whole part. That should be good. Flip the upper lip over. Drag this across. And move it until we get right on the dot. Merge that one down. Now that we got that entire upper lip. Let's get our music back. We got our music back. We got our upper lip set up. Oh. Oh, okay, so I caught up with everything. Perfect. Okay, now that we got that, let's go over here, get our lasso tool, and select everything on the lower half, or underneath the upper lip. Select everything here. And just delete it. Now you're probably looking at that blue shape and thinking, okay, you're gonna turn that gray at some point, right? Or you're gonna turn it into the rat's color tone, right? You're gonna turn it into the rat's color tone, right? No. As a matter of fact, we're going to the bottom lip, replacing that there. We're gonna hide these 2 parts. And we're gonna go and make a new layer. We're gonna call this one bottom lip. Bottom lip. Put it behind the mouth line. And make an entire circle there. Turn that blue as well. I said blue. Turn that blue as well. Reflect. Okay, you know what? Bring the upper lip back. Or not the upper lip, but bring this line back. So I can find out exactly where it goes. Hide the lower lip. Yeah, that part's still fun. Flip. Transform. Merge down. And there we go. We have all the parts, pizza. We're going to take that pizza and put it a little bit closer to the center. Hey, I said pizza. Oh, whoops. That's the upper lip. Let's bring that back. Pizza. Pizza goes over there. Layer 2. Name it pizza. Pizza. There we go. Now we hide pizza. Oh, it's because there's 2 copies of pizza. Let's delete one of the pizzas. We don't need all those pizzas. There we go. Let's hide pizza. All right. So now that we have the upper lip, we have the lower lip, and we have all those other parts. Now you see what we're doing here. Let's, well, actually, let's explain now that we gotten this far. So here's the game plan. You got the mouth. That's the inside of the mouth, you know, the talk, talk, talk. That's the tongue. That's the, you know, the part that allows, you know, the talk, talk, talk. We got the teeth for, you know, I don't know, chewing on stuff, nibbling on things. And that is going to be hidden behind these 2 weird blue shapes, which you will not actually see when the model is done. I'll explain more of that as we go along. And then we got the mouth lines. The mouth lines, you know, they'll be the outline to determine where the talking is coming from. So it'll make a lot more sense when we're all finished. And now that we got all of that, let's make we're going to make an entire group. We're going to take those parts from the top line, or at the top of the lip line, all the way to the inside of the mouth line. We're going to take all of those, group them, and we're going to name that group Mouth. There we go. We'll also take this group and name it Eye. Eye. That's not naming the group. Eye. Boom. There we go. And then we'll fix up everything else later. But yeah, Mouth. Now that we hide that, we're going to go to a new layer. Right above that one. I'll call this one Nose. Nose, and maybe with... Actually, the whiskers should be a separate layer of their own. I'm thinking you're going to give... let's see, jiggle physics to the rat? I mean, I can make its belly, you know, I can make its jelly, or its belly jiggle like a pot full of jelly. Maybe. I could probably go with that. Gun. Thank you for redeeming gun. The pizza is so powerful, it's self-replicated. I know, right? I fear getting rid of the pizza. I'm going to contain it as one pizza slice, but I fear trying to remove the entire pizza. Because if I give the threat that I'm going to remove the pizza entirely, that is when it's just going to rebel. And that's when it's going to go haywire. And that's when we have a mistake. It was a mistake making the pizza already as it is. But getting rid of it would be an even bigger mistake. Save? Save. Thank you for the save. And welcome on in there, Toasty. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Thank you for redeeming gun. Rat lipstick? Kind of. It'll make sense once we get there. So, now that we got all of that, let's go back over here. Let's remove the gun. Let's go back to Photoshop. Let's put the gun back so I can get my layers back, because I definitely need those layers. New layer. Speaking of, we're going to make the nose shape now. Let's make sure all the layers are in the right spot. They are. Bring this a little bit further down. And all of that should be good. There we go. Then we take our little rat nose. We just keep reshaping this until we get the right shape. At least on one side. You know what? Now that I got this far, let's just get the eraser. The eraser would make things a whole lot faster. Eraser. Let's clean up one whole side, go back to the bottom. Make sure that whole thing is lined up according to plan. Boom. Then flip horizontally. Move it a little bit till we get it exactly to where it needs to be. There we go. Merge down. Now we got a whole rat nose. Nothing but rat nose. Whole rat nose. Add start in 30 seconds. But yeah, thank you for the save, Alice. Yeah. Whole rat nose. As for the next move... Actually, you know what? Let's take this side, round it out just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. There we go. Then we got our rectangle tool. Cut that. Nose. Flip. Now we should be all set. Then we merge down. There we go. Perfect. Rat nose. Rat. Okay. I don't know why. I don't know why I did that, but don't worry about it. So we got the eyes, we got the nose, and we need to make whiskers. Whiskers... left. No, that's the right. Right. There we go. I don't know why, but this little part is bugging me, so go back to the rat nose. Just gonna erase a little bit here. There we go. That should be clean enough. All right, going back to the rat nose. Getting that tool. And flip. And then we merge down. Now back to whiskers. So whisker number one. Let's drag this across, or let's make this brush a little bit smaller. There we go. Whisker number one. Whisker number two. And whisker number three. Maybe we could do a little better than that. Let's leave that one right there. Move it up. Actually, no, not too far up. I just realized. We don't want to cover the eyes too much. Let's also bring this down back to that tone. Whisker 1. Whisker 2. How many whiskers do rats have now that I think about it? Guess I'll have to find out later. There we go. Whisker number 3. Alright, let me see. It's a Lampy. It's a Booga. Welcome on in. How you be? Let's give a shout out to Booga. If you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend that you do. They, yeah, go check out the Rabugaki. They, play, yeah, they're getting into gaming streams. They're doing a lot of arting. They're also going to be working on some live 2D model stuff of their very own. Go check it out when you get the chance. I highly recommend it. Really awesome people. Working on the rat model? Indeed, we are working on rat model, and we're currently on the line art section. Hold on a minute. This is what we got so far. And we also got the very cursed lip face. But that part is going to make more sense later down the road. Because I know a lot of people that are looking at this are probably thinking that the blue shapes are very odd and very unusual for a live 2D model, and trust me, there's a reason for those blue shapes. They will not be... Okay, they will be very relevant. Actually, the blue, the color I chose for them is not relevant. The shapes are very relevant. And I will show you how irrelevant those colors are later down the road. They will stay blue, but you could pick whatever color you want for those ones. You could pick brown, green, a rainbow tinge, or, you know, like a rainbow gradient if you want. You could even put a barcode. You could even put your social security number. I wouldn't recommend it, but you could. I definitely would not recommend that one, but it is something you could put. You could basically put anything for those shapes. And you'll see how that works later down, or once we get to the rigging section. But yeah, also, how did the teacups go? I saw that you made a lot of them. Yeah, I saw that you made a lot of them today. How many do you have left, if you don't mind me asking? Thank you for the shout out. Yeah, no problem. And thank you for something by. Rat Shake win? What's Rat Shake? Let me see. Wait, why does that sound familiar? I think I know which one Rat Shake is. Oh my god. I think I know which one Rat Shake is, and now that I think about it. Okay, if I put the Rat Shake animation on this model, I would have to charge a whole lot more than I have intended. Because this model, when I'm done with it, I'm thinking it's going to be a very, very low price. Like $5 maybe. Maybe 10. I want to say between 5 or 10 for this model once it's done. I'm going to be tossing it on the Etsy page for that. It's got to be a very, very cheap model. If anyone's thinking, like, how much you going to be selling this thing for? 20 bucks, 25, 5, or 10? That's basically it. Sirs, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid there, Sirs. Folks, if you haven't checked out Cersei, I highly recommend that you do. They play a good variety of games. If you're a fan of Dave the Diver, that's a good place to go. If you're a fan of all sorts of, if you're a fan of if you're a fan of very cursed and hilarious story times, that's a good place to go. Let me tell you, they got some stories for you. And 3, if you want to hear Cersei howl, go check them out. Go save up 1,000 channel points. I highly recommend it. Go support Cersei. Go support them. Go help them fund a PC. They're not doing a PC funding, but go support them. All of that cool stuff. I did not tell any cursed stories today. Not today. But that's not out of the realm of possibility. So there you go. I highly recommend checking out Cersei. Also, really awesome D&D DM. I was in their D&D game. Okay, this one wasn't streamed, but I was in their D&D game last time. It was a very hilarious time. It was so dumb in the best ways possible. Like that, yeah, that's the best way to put it. It was a great time. It was really fun. It was also really dumb. We saved an island. It was horrific. Like fires all over the place. People were running around the streets. Mangled bodies were all over the beach. But we saved it. Close enough. Also, if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. How was Oblivion? Ooh, you're playing Oblivion? How did it go? I hope it was fun. I hope it was crazy. Also, welcome on in there, Tan. How you be? Hope things are going well. Lampy, I have to go. Have a good stream, my brother in arms. Yeah, no problem. You take care of what you gotta take care of. You go get that rest. You do what you gotta do. And I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now there, friend. Okay, let me see. Can you really say you saved it? I mean, maybe. Maybe. Close enough indeed. Yeah, see, there you go. Close enough. Close enough. We saved somebody in that D&D campaign. That's the best I could really say. It was fun, very nostalgic. Yeah. I haven't played D&D in forever, so that was like the first time I played D&D in years. You saved Manhattan Island. Essentially, yeah, that's the best way to go about it. Hey, yeah, let me try to catch up some things. Yeah, let me try to catch up some things. Let me see. Yo, I'm glad that you like the rat model. Rainbow Connection? Where is Kermit? What on earth is Rainbow Connection? Wait, is that the band? Was that the name of the band in the Muppet Show? It might be. Did that happen? Oh, let's see. Digit that happens most in my social security number is 8, surprisingly. It has 4 of them. Dang, that's a lot of 8s in that number. Alright, let's see. I do have to get to bed, though. That's fair, that's fair. One person is all that we needed to save. So long as we saved at least one person, the cost of all those other lives was well worth it. As that's what heroes do. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, you go get that rest there, sirs. Thank you again for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now there, friend. And I put the line art for the whiskers on the wrong spot. Hold on a minute. Let's go back over here. At this spot. Select all of this. Cut that. Go to whiskers right. Paste in place. And there we go. We got our whiskers. Maybe let's make them a bit longer. There we go. How long are whiskers on rats now that I think about it? Let me look back on a rat. Let me go look at a rat again. How long are your whiskers? Actually, they got plenty more than 3. They got a whole lot of them. That is a lot of freaking whiskers on that rat. Okay, let's just add 2 more. Let's just add 2 more and we should be good. So, one over there. One over there. Actually, you know what? Let's just make them smaller ones over here. 1 and 2. There we go. Perfect. We got our little rats. Shark. It's a shark. Let's add shark. Also, welcome on in there, Manexus. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Shark. There we go. We got shark model. Which, folks, drawn and rigged by yours truly. And if you would like a shark model of your very own, guess what? It is on the coffee page. And guess what? It's free. That's right there, folks. You can get yourself your very own free shark model on the Etsy page, or not Etsy, coffee page. Put KOF exclamation point KOFI and you'll be able to get your very own shark model for no charge at all, no cost. And if it does charge you, you let me know and I'll move it somewhere that doesn't charge. Not only that, but there's many other things on that coffee page that you could pick up all of that stuff for nothing. Use it all. Use everything. Use one. Doesn't matter. Everything is free. Take it all from the coffee page. If you like. No pressure. Oh, pretty short if you trim them? Ah, fair. Alright. You know what? For simplicity's sake, I think we're just going to leave it with just 3. Just 3 little whiskers, I think, should be fine for the rat model. I think that should be okay. Because I feel like overcomplicating it and, adding too many might, it might clutter it a bit. I don't know. What do y'all folks think? Just 3 whiskers? Or should we put more? Y'all let me know. Because I'm looking at this like maybe only 3. I think only 3 should work. Let's hide the sketch to double check. This this rat has no hair. That was a bald rat right there. 3 is cute. Ah, fantastic. All right. So we got 1 for 3. Thank you for your input there, Buga. Hey, I'm good. How is you? So far, so good. Just been working like crazy. Got myself a new job. Okay, when I say new job, I mean like a new commission. There's the animation. Okay, so right now there's a lot of commissions to do. 1 is an animation. 1 is a very quick PNG. I'm almost done with that one. I just got to work on the line art and then color everything in. I don't even have to render it. I just got to work on the line art and color it in, and then I'm good on that one. The other one is an animation, about 30 frames. So that one's going to take a minute. And then there's a huge art piece. This one's going to be a very, very cool one. I don't know how much detail I can talk about it, but I can say it's going to be a cool project. It's going to be pretty epic. It's going to be for someone's album cover. So I can't wait to see how it looks when it's all done. Mouth? Mouth. Oh, cat. Oh, it's a cat. Gotcha. Alright, so I'm hearing 3. So we got 2 for 3, so we're just going to stick with 3 whiskers. So the next step, let's go back to the sketch. And behind the head, we're gonna put the ears. So new layer. We're gonna call this ear right. And we're gonna make this a relatively simple model. So let's get started over here. And for those of you wondering, yes, everything that you see, we are going to be drawing and rigging this model on stream from start to finish. You will see all the steps along the way. You will see all the steps from any brainstorming, any new snap judgment idea, as well as all the mistakes along the way. So if there's a part where I'm just working on it and then all of a sudden I'm like, wait, hold on a second. This isn't gonna work. You're gonna see that it's not gonna, or yeah, you're gonna see why I think it's not gonna work, and I will explain why I don't think it'll work. Or if I'm like, wait, hold on, I messed up here. I will also explain how I messed up and how I'm going to adjust it and fix it. You know, see, like I said, you will see all the steps. All the steps and all the bloopers. I don't know why I haven't thought about it yet, but I should be taking all of these models that I'm making and turn them into, like, shorter videos or something. Just toss them on the YouTube, like, here's how we made this model. Here's how we did this. Here's all the mistakes we made along the way. And then, boom, we made one whole solid ear. Although, we're just going to take this one and make it go a little bit further out. Because, again, just in case we do not... In case the, you know, in case the ears... You know, since we're putting physics on the ears, so they will have physics settings. They will have their own movement physics when they move left and right and up and down and all of that. We're going to need to make sure that these ears are ready for that. But because of that, we need to make sure that they go beyond the line art of the head. We may even need to make it a solid image as well, which is exactly what we're going to do for this ear here. Oh yeah, there we go. We got that whole thing set up. Let's look back on that one. Let's clean it up a little bit more, make it a little bit smoother, make it a much better shape. There we go, perfect. There is our rat ear. Very simple rat ear, very simple thing. That shark is too much in the way. Let me move it somewhere else. You know what? I know where I can put the shark. Shark hat. Perfect. Okay, let me see the next step. Maybe we could take this rat ear and move it a little bit further to the side. Something like that. Yeah, I think right here should be good. Let's also drag this further down. Move it a little more to the right. Drag it. Actually, you know what? Just rotate a little bit. Because from what I've learned, rat ears are actually relatively small. They're relatively short. Like, whenever you see those cartoons and, you know, they have those really, really big round ears. I mean, granted, rats do have round ears, but they're not as huge. They're not, let me put it to you this way. They're not Mickey Mouse round, where they're just all the way up here. They're big, but they're not that big. They're not this size. They're big enough to be noticeable. Which also reminds me, let me take this back a little bit. Because I looked back on that rat ear a little more, and yeah, it's a little bit out here. Kind of like that. But they're not Mickey Mouse size. They're not massive, is what I'm trying to get at. Let's also hide the head for a minute. Also, I just realized the model is really bugging out right now. Okay, we should be good here. Let's hide the head so I can clean up this side of the ear, because again, this side might be visible when things start moving around, and we want to make sure that the parts that are visible, that they look just fine. We want to make sure that that stuff looks clean. Alright, let me catch up with a lot of the reading, because I know I missed a lot while I was caught up with all this drawing. Alright, let's see. Hell yeah? Hell yeah. That's what's up. And if there's any voting... Oh. And if there is any voting, you are now warned it will be rigged. I can't believe I read that one. Somebody ban it. Wait, I have the power to ban Spock. Okay, we're banning Spock. Make it a series? I should make it a series. Just every time I rig a model, just toss it up on the YouTube. Just the entire steps on the way. Showing the mistakes could help with a voiceover saying why it was a mistake. Educational. Exactly, that's what I'm thinking. Shark hat and pro food? Yeah. Sorry, Shark. This hat is only a temporary hat. The hat only lasts as long as the crow is not hungry. The moment the crow gets hungry, the crow and the shark are going to fly away. Along with somebody's card. Because that's how the crow works. They fly away and they take away a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Specifically Ryu's card. Burp to Angel. Alright, and the bird's gotta go away. Speaking of which, I mentioned that before. Okay, so the bird is flying away. Which means so is the shark. But before the bird flies away with the shark to finish their meal, they're stealing Ryu's card? Right, I gotta bring this up a little bit higher here. There we go. R.I.P. Shark, R.I.P. Shark. They will be missed. They'll be back next stream. Goodbye, Shark. Whoever redeemed a shark, I am sorry. That was not the intent, but, well, there goes the shark. Who redeemed the shark? Oh, yeah, it was Menexus. I'm sorry, Menexus. The shark lasted at least... How long did that shark last? 10 minutes. Well, at least you know the meal didn't get cold. There you go. And, goodbye, Ryu's card. Alright, there we go. And yeah, for those that don't know, the bird got an upgrade. We revealed that model for the bird about a week ago? 2 weeks ago? I want to say 2 weeks ago. The bird got revealed 2 weeks ago. And in case you're wondering, what happened to the old model? Don't worry, that one got moved to the, that one got moved to the 1.0 Lampy model. So if this model ever got switched to the 1.0, the 1.0 of the bird would also be there. Alright, let's get started with the rest of the drawing. So we got the ear done. Oh, right. I should probably also mention, if you wanted to go into more detail on drawing those ears, I could definitely tell you this much. We've made a very, very simple ear here, but if you wanted to go with a much better design or a much better rig for the ear, you would probably break it into two different parts. You'd probably break it into the front of the ear, which is mostly... Let's get our lasso tool for this. You'd probably break it into the front of the ear, which is this entire section on the left side. Just the front section of the ear. And then the back side of the ear would be everything behind it, which would be the inside. So there you go. The front of the ear would be the outer edge, and the inside of the ear would be, or the back side of the ear would be the inner edge, or the inner part. Now, if you had fluff, you would break that fluff into a third section. So yeah, I hope that makes some sort of semblance of sense. We're going to make a very simple version of this and only just have it be one whole shape. But if you wanted to go into more detail, it would be like 2 or 3 shapes for a whole ear. Now that we got all of that done, I think we have everything that we need for the rat model. For the line art, anyway. So in the meantime, now that we got all of that, let's take some of these layers. Let's take the layers for the eyes, duplicate them, flip them over. Actually, not even flipping them over. I'm going to show you something right here, folks. Which, did I do that for the other model? I did not. I need to fix that later. Okay, so what we're going to do is take this eye. We're not even going to do, or yeah, we're going to take this eye. We're not going to flip it. We're just going to duplicate it, move it to the other side. Because what you don't want, or yeah, what you want, because apparently when it comes to the lighting in the eyes, is that it's supposed to be on the exact same direction when it comes to the shine, which I did not do for the bird. I looked back on that, I remembered all of that, and then I keep forgetting that that didn't happen because I just flipped and rotated everything when I was done with the rig. I forgot to flip the shine of the eyes. But we'll fix that later. Anyway, now that we got that done, just flip that part. And as for the mouth, we keep that one as is. But we'll take the mouth, the nose. Oh, right, whiskers. Let's duplicate those whiskers, flip them over, move them to the other side. Take these two whiskers. Right, we're going to call these whiskers left. Take these two whiskers, put them into a group. Name that whiskers. Whiskers. Close enough. Put OK. Then we take whiskers, mouth, eyes, center them. What do I feel like that didn't... Oh, wait, yeah, no, that worked fine. And then we're going to make another group of all of those. And we're going to name that face. Then we're going to take the face and the head. Line those up. Do not merge them. Just line them up. Actually, you know what? Face, head, applause. Applause for what? They're just looking... Oh. They're just looking whatever the opposite of cross-eyed is. Yeah, basically. The education? Yeah, I'm glad to hear that this helped. But yeah, now that we got that, we're going to get the face, we're going to get the head, we're going to get the body. We're going to center those ones as well. And we're also going to get this rat foot and bring this down a little bit further. Make it a little more centered for the rest of the body. Something like that. That should be good. And there we go. We got the line art for most of that stuff done. What we can also do is get rat foot, rat arm. Duplicate those. Name that arm left. Go to the rat foot. Name that foot left. And we're all set. The amount of times I've drawn and drew the lighting opposite of each other. Oh yeah. Times I've drawn and drew the lighting opposite of each other. Yeah. I mean, again, it's one of those things where it's not that noticeable the first time around until somebody points it out. I mean, heck, I didn't even think of that until I saw somebody's video and they were like, you see this a lot on, specifically you see this a lot on live 2D models where the shine is on, where the shine of the eyes is mirrored. When in all actuality, the shine of the eyes should be in the same direction. Or, yeah, should be in the same direction because that is where the light source is coming from. If the light source is coming from, you know, the left side, then all the shines should, or most of the primary shine should be on the left side. And that should apply to both eyes. And it should be over there. But, you know, the thing is about it all is, you know, whenever you're working on a live 2D model, you only work on one side. And even when you have the intention, like I did, to have the shine on one side, once you work on it for too long and then you reflect everything that's on one side to the other side to make sure it works exactly as the previous side except mirrored, you kind of forget that you also mirrored the shine. And so now it's on the wrong side again. So that's the big struggle there. Also, I do not know what the opposite of cross-eyed is. What would that be? I think I feel... Okay, if cross-eyed is when the eyes are going in the same direction, or, you know, pointed at each other, what does it mean when the eyes are pointed in the opposite direction? Hold on a minute. Oh, I know. wrong one. But yeah, what does it mean when the eyes are pointed in the opposite direction, like you can see with the bird right now? What is that? What does that count as? Wrong layer. That one? There we go. But yeah, what does it stand for when it's like that? Also, let's go back over here, fix that. There we go. And we're back. Everything's all like lined up according to plan. So now that we got that, let's also get that ear. Let's reflect that one. And let's call that one ear left. Now let's take those other parts, left, left, and left, reflect horizontally, and move them to the other side. I think that should be good. All right, we could hide that part. We could hide the sketch, and boom, here's our rat model. A little bit further off. That looks more accurate. There we go, rat model. What do y'all folks think of the rat model? Should it be rounder? Actually, yeah, folks, what do you think? Should the rat model be rounder? Extrophia is the opposite of cross-eyed. Ah! Oh, extropia. Extropia. Good to know, good to know. So this is extropia. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Good to know, good to know. Yo, hi Dragon, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid, I greatly appreciate it. Let's give you a shout out. Folks, if you're a fan of the Yu-Gi-Ohs or the Overwatch, go check out Hi Dragon. And what were you up to? Repo, that's a new one. How was Repo? I was not expecting that one. I just realized I haven't said this since the last couple of raids. For everyone stopping by from all the raids and everyone who's been here for a minute, I forgot to say this during the past couple of raids. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. Yes, the bug is the streamer. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawn streams we're currently drawing the layers of a live 2D model right now. We just got the line art done for everything. Now all that's left is to work on the rendering, and we're all set. Also, if you got to take care of it. Thank you for the 18 months there, Destroyer. I greatly appreciate it. Holy cow, it's been 18 months? That's over a year. That's almost 2 years. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. It was fun? Nice, nice, nice. I'm glad to hear that you had a lot of fun with the repo. Let's also give a shout out to Destroyer. Also, I forgot to say, if you got to take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding or running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. But yeah, let's also give a shout out to Destroyer. They play a good variety of games. If I'm correct, they were playing Warhammer yesterday. Go check them out when you get the chance. I highly recommend it. They also got some really, really cool emotes. Totally not biased or anything. Go check out their emotes. They're really great stuff. Actually, okay, not all of them were made by me, but those ones are also really great stuff. So go check them out. They got great emotes. I especially like this one emote where they greet you with this thing. But yeah, those three right there, they gave me the honor to animate some emotes for them. But I also really like that one where they just roll on in with something and it explodes. All right, let me double check with some things. Let me catch up with some stuff, because I'm not sure how much I missed. Okay, we saw that. It was fun. Nice, nice, nice. I'm glad to hear that you had fun with that one there, Hi Dragon. Football-sized moth is amazing. This is my first time catching that. Oh yeah. I mean, that's why the plushie is about, I made sure the plushie was life-size, and that's why that plushie is massive. Doing all right. How goes the art? So far, so good. We just finished off the line art. So, we're almost done with everything. Or, we're at the halfway point with everything. Now we just need to render it. And once we got the rendering done, that's when we get to the very next step, which is the rigging. The rigging is going to take a minute, but especially the mouth part of the rigging, that one's going to take a minute. But I got ideas for that. Mouse model is cute. Needs less... Oh, let's see. Needs less nasty mouse tail and needs more chinchilla tail. What's wrong with nasty mouse tail? What's wrong with that tail? What's a chinchilla? Chinchilla. Oh, that's a chinchilla. I was gonna say, but that's the tail that rats have. That's a rat tail right there. It's a bomba? Oh, a boomba. What's a boomba? Oh, a Roomba with a bomb on it. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. It's a boomba. I get it now. Is that one enemy in Lethal Company? Should I give it an option of a chinchilla tail? I mean, I could give it a chinchilla tail as an option. Let me look at a chinchilla again. That one's rat. This one's chinchilla. Oh, those are the ones with the giant Mickey Mouse ears. Apparently, it's the chinchilla. Does that make Mickey Mouse a chinchilla? I'm really trying to think about that one right now. If Mickey Mouse is the one with the giant with the giant ears, and so is a chinchilla, does that make Mickey Mouse a chinchilla? I wonder. I really do wonder. Alright, let's see. I'm not a fan of the naked tail. It's worse than Snake. What's wrong with Snake? I like Snake. I like snakes. What's wrong with snakes? There's nothing wrong with snakes. What's wrong with you? Alright, let me see. Well, it's a thing that they added to Lethal, but it's kind of been internet lore for a long time. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, that I could see that. Alright, so next step. What should the next step be? I love snakes too, it's just the distance. Oh, it's just at distance. Oh, fair. Alright, understandable. Alright, let me see. So we got those ears. We're also going to put that there. Actually, you know what? No, this part should be fine. New layer. We're gonna go to a new layer. We're not even gonna... Okay, so for the base color, we are not gonna name the layers. We're also gonna make it a somewhat pale pink. Let's go with a bit of a pale pink color for the tail. Something like that should be good. Now let's go to the tail layer. Select everything around it. Select, modify, expand by 3. Let's also bring this back down over here. Expand by 3. Now, how far did that expand? I want to say it went far enough. So, let's go back to that layer. Wrong side. Invert that selection. Boom, there we go. Rat tail. Rat tail, rat tail, rat tail. Okay, almost always a Roomba with a claymore, but there are funny versions where people have attached knives, guns, and other items. Oh, okay, now that one I definitely remember. I remember the Roomba with a knife. Specifically, the Roomba with a knife. The one with the gun sounds vague enough where it's familiar, but I can never quite remember it because, you know, pretty vague. But yeah. Oh, you know what I could do with this one? You know what I could do with this model? Okay, granted, folks, this model may go up to $10 if I do this, but it is a strong possibility of what we could do with this model. Which is, give it a chinchilla toggle. Where the model becomes brighter, the ears become larger, and the naked rat tail becomes a chinchilla tail. We can make a chinchilla toggle. Now the question is, do we do this? Do we make the chinchilla toggle? And honestly, thick toggle? We're not making thick toggle. Well... thick rat. just turn this into a toggle where the body, it just becomes bulk. Like, this is the rat bouncer. Just make the rat bouncer. Wait a minute, this is just the kingpin. Hold on a minute, that's just the kingpin right there. It's not about the money, Spider-Man. It's about the Mets. Let's go Mets. Love the Mets. Come on, let's get that home run. Let's get that home run. Love the Mets. It's all about the Mets, baby. Go Mets. That's basically what this is. Okay, we have to make the kingpin rat toggle now. Okay, folks, we're gonna have to do some stuff. We have to make 2 different toggles, which means we have to make the chinchilla toggle, and we have to make the kingpin toggle. Now, y'all don't have to use the kingpin. For anyone who picks up this rat model, you don't have to use the kingpin toggle. Not to say that it's not a possibility. It's not out of the realm of possibility. If you wanted a kingpin toggle, the kingpin toggle will be there. They're even gonna give them a little Mets hat. No, I'm kidding. We're not going that far. Although, see, this is what I was talking about before. That sometimes the brain wanders, and sometimes I can overcomplicate a project where I go a little too far with certain things. I'm not drawing a baseball hat, no matter how much I want to draw a baseball hat for this rat. Baseball bat rat. Baseball bat hat for the rat. But I'm not doing it. But we will make the kingpin toggle. And to bed. Good night, everyone. All right, there, Ryu. Thank you for something. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care. Now, hear me out. Baseball cap asset. Oh. Baseball cap asset, and it says, and it's about the Mets. Hold on a minute. Okay, I'm writing this down. Pizza cap asset. All right. Base. Ball. Cap. Asset. Number 1. Mets. It's all about the Mets. Number 2. Pizza. There we go. Okay, so we got the 2 ready. You have a rat, but where's the cheese? You want to know where the cheese is? I'm going to show you where the cheese is there, Violent. Here's the cheese. It's on the pizza, along with pepperonis and pineapple. There's the cheese. I might even make it a toggle where the cheese pizza is just hanging there. Yeah, we could actually make this a toggle. Just giant cheese pizza right there. Just be like, hold on a minute. Go back to the face, go to the mouth. Put it right above the lip line. Boom. Just cheese pizza right there. Just giant cheese pizza. Cheese asset. I like the pizza on a gold chain necklace. I could kind of see it. But yeah, for simplicity's sake, we're just going to put a giant pizza in his mouth. Or tiny pizza in his mouth. Actually, you know what? Giant pizza. Just giant pizza right there. Because again, It is a rat, and a pizza slice is pretty big, so have the pizza slice just be that large. Pizza. Pizza, pizza. And just to mess with people, it's, yeah, just to mess with people, they'll have to unfortunately know that that is Hawaiian pizza. Not gonna be no regular pepperoni cheese, or yeah, pepperoni or just cheese. It's gonna be Hawaiian, just to mess with people. Yo, Timma, thank you for the 10 months. I greatly appreciate it. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Let's give a shout out to Timma. If you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend that you do. They play a good variety of games. Really, really chill time. I'm trying to remember, what game were you playing today? Or not today, but yesterday. I think I saw you playing the game yesterday. Actually, I saw everybody was on yesterday. Since yesterday was Memorial Day. Ooh, God of War. How was the God of War? I hope it was fun. Or I hope you enjoyed it. If not, that's fair too. Little Caesars pizza? We could put it, or make it a Little Caesars pizza. There's a lot of different options we could put. Oh, that works too? Alright, nice, nice, nice. Let's see. Yo, Lampy, how you doing? I hope things have been well for you. Things have been alright. We've just been going crazy with it. Yeah, we've just been going crazy with the rat model. We've been coming up with a bunch of dumb ideas to add to it. We also came up with the idea to add a chinchilla, or yeah, when I say we, I mean the folks in the chat have been telling me about these ideas for the model. And one idea was chinchilla model, or chinchilla. Yeah, one idea was chinchilla. And the other idea was making it thick, and we accidentally turned the rat into the Kingpin from the Spider-Verse. Let's see. But yeah, how about yourself there, Umbro? Hope things are well. Thailand and New York should trade pests for a day. New York... Let's see. New York gets monkeys, and Thailand gets cat-sized rats. I don't know if that's the best idea to have them switch environments. Not good for the animals, and it's not good for the people. There's Little Caesars pizza, let's go. Yeah, pizza, pizza. Alright, let me see. New York City rat pizza. Oh, search New York City rat pizza. You can find the footage of rats with slices and more than one of them with an entire full pizza box. I don't need to know. I don't need to see that. I already heard enough stories about rats back in the days where they were big enough to try... Yeah, where they were big enough to drag away babies. Did they get away with them all? No, but they were big enough to drag away babies. Alright, let's see. Little Caesars pizza in a Domino's box with a Pizza Hut delivery driver. That would be the most cursed thing ever. You see Pizza Hut, like, Pizza Hut? Or Papa John's, what are you doing here? Here's your pizza. Why does it say Domino's? I hope you enjoy your Little Caesars pizza. Like, what do you mean my Little Caesar? What the? Hey! You just see them driving away. You see the Pizza Hut delivery driver driving away in a... You know what? Have the Little Caesars pizza driving away in a... What's another big pizza place? Yeah, I'm trying to think. What's another big pizza place? Enjoy your gas station pizza. Enjoy your gas station pizza. Like, what the? It opens it up. It's a Little Caesars. Like, I'm trying to think. What other pizza place could you toss in there? What could you put as the car logo while they're driving away? What other pizzas are there? Cece's? Yeah, there you go. They drive away in a Cece's car. I kind of want to draw that one, but I know that I'm never going to have the time to draw all of that. But that would be an amazing idea. Someone, you know what? Whoever's out there, if you could draw that, make it happen. If not, I'm going to at least write this one down. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to clip this entire thing so I know that it exists somewhere out there. I want to try that one. Now, if no one else draws it, I'm gonna someday try to get to that drawing. Because I really want to draw that. That sounds like the dumbest and most genius thing ever. Jesus Christ, this is cursed. Okay, so, I didn't see this one coming. Let's hide that pizza for a minute. So, we got adorable rat. You get rid of that adorable rat, and you got, redneck rat. Or not redneck rat, hillbilly rat. Like, yup, I'm gonna go get that cheese. Like, I don't know. I ain't so sure about that one there, Bo. I don't think you want to go towards that cheese. I think that there's a mousetrap. You know what? This is the rat that looks and sounds dumb, but is smarter than the rest of the rats. This is what that's what this kind of rat is. They're the ones that are smarter than they look. Like, much, much smarter than they look. That's the kind of rat this one is. Like, I don't know about that one there, yeah, I don't know about that one there, Jeremy. You ever heard of adhesive? Stop saying big words, Bo. I'm just saying there, friend, that there's an adhesive right there. If you step on that, it's gonna get very sticky stuff. It's gonna get stuck there. You're gonna get stuck there, Jeremy. Bo, what I tell you about using big words? Now help me get the cheese. I can't move. Bo, help me. I can't move. I told you there, Jeremy. Seen it happen a dozen of times. That's what I'm getting. That's the vibe I'm getting from this rat right here. Thank you. I tried. Thank you. So it's Remy. Yeah, basically, it's Remy. A rat? Yeah, it's a rat. We're making a rat model. Also, welcome on in there, Uni. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Let me catch up with some things. And worse, it's Little Caesar's bread, not even pizza. It's just the breadsticks. I mean, to be fair, the breadsticks aren't bad. But yeah, pizza boozled? Yeah, basically. I've been doing pretty well. Just been enjoying my time off from work and getting my normal R&R. That's good, that's good. Get that rest when you can. Rest when possible. But it's midnight and the store is closed. Then I would throw that box away if they delivered food at a very, very late hour when everything's closed. Throw that box out. You don't trust that. Little Caesars, Pizza Hut, Domino's. There's a chain where they're called the Pie, and their symbol is the pie. Nice. It's Country Mouse, City Mouse. This is the Pinky versus Brain insanity. Yeah, except Pinky is the smart... I mean, to be fair, when you really think about it, the running gag when it comes to Pinky and the Brain is that Brain is the overly intelligent one. The Brain is the genius. Pinky is dumb as bricks. But whenever either one of them when Brain attempts multitudes of, a plethora of attempts at trying to take over the world, they fail miserably. Pinky, on the other hand, first couple of attempts, really close if he doesn't just say, you know what? Here you go, Brain. It's all yours. And then Brain messes it up. It's happened before. There's literally an episode where Pinky literally, for Brain's, I think for Christmas, Pinky rounds up all the world leaders, gives them a sob story about Brain, and literally just asks if they could just hand over the keys to all of those nations. But Brain, being overly paranoid on what Pinky is scheming, is assuming that he's taking over the world under his nose. Shows up, ruins the entire thing. Could have had the world in the palm of his hands if he just let Pinky do his thing. Wasn't even the first time that's happened either. That's why that show is so good. Alright. A rat? Indeed, it is a rat. Also, let's give a shout out to Uni. If you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend that you do. If I'm correct, they do the art as well. They also play a good variety of games. Wait, do you do the art in there, Uni? I know that I've seen them. I've seen them play a good variety of games. But yeah, either way, go check them out. Really awesome people. Really awesome stuff. Scientists considered blocking out the sun before the solar panel. Why on earth would they want to block out the sun? I thought that was just a Simpsons thing. Narf. Narf indeed. I missed that show. Pinky was always the genius for real. Brain keeps proving his insanity by trying to do the same thing over and over and over again. True. The really shiny pants. Wait, what's the really shiny pants? We love Pinky and the Brain. Yeah, that was a good show. I think the Animaniacs came back for a minute, and that one was pretty good too. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I remember watching the first few episodes of when they brought it back. I think it was like back in 2020 they brought it back, or 2021, I can't quite remember. Oh, it was considered. Oh, gotcha. I do be arting? Nice. Then yeah, folks, go check out Uni for the gaming and the arting and all of that stuff. Go check them out. Alright, so now that we got the rat tail. Right. I did say we were gonna make a chinchilla tail. So here's what we're gonna do. Chinchilla. New layer. We need to go to this one. Actually, you know what? Behind the rat tail, we're gonna make the chinchilla tail. So I was gonna get started with the line art stuff, but chinchilla tail it is. Hold on a minute. Where's the body? There's the body. Actually, you know what? Let's take this entire thing. Group it up. We're gonna call it rat. Rat. We're gonna hide the sketch because we don't need it no more. Move it closer to the, or yeah, right, wrong one. Move the entire body a little bit closer to the center. There we go, right there. That should be good. Really? They auto-modded it for the word loony? Anyway, let's bring that back. Also, Mr. Bean, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. How you be? Let's give a shout out to Mr. Bean. What were you up to? What were you doing? Were you playing the AFK? Let's find out. And everybody stopping by from Mr. Bean's stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, full-size moth. Yes, the bug is the streamer. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams where we're currently working on RAT Model. We're adding the chinchilla toggle by just basically making a chinchilla tail. Chinchilla tail. There we go. Also, if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding a runny? Yeah, they also hit that one. Wait, for the word loony? Yeah, apparently. Even with the 0. But yeah, also, if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. But yeah, how was the game? I hope it was fun. Let me see. Let me catch up with things. No, it was real? I didn't know it was real. It was considered? Why, though? Wait, was it considered for shiny pants? Let's see. Pinky almost took over the world just with buying really shiny pants. Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I'll be honest, I would have looked at that idea like that is the dumbest idea I have ever heard. It's working. He bought shiny pants to take over the world, and it's working. What do you mean it's working? I'd be confused. I'd be absolutely perplexed. And now, after all that talk of pizza, I just ordered some pizza and wings. Nice. That sounds pretty good right there. All right, let me see. What word? Okay, so now let me see this part here. And we do love the Animaniacs, classic 90s, trying to push the envelope like the Looney Tunes did. Yeah, so much so that I remember those cartoons where it was like talking all the smack, like talking smack about their like all the red tape behind making those cartoons in the first place. Yep, and it's 1 in the morning. It was fun. Nice. I go now. Good night. All right, you go get that rest there, mister, and I thank you for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now there, friend. You sound like... Oh, You sound just like Brain. I mean, that's how I would see it too. Like, I would be looking at it like, that is the dumbest idea. What do you mean it's working? That's not how it works. Apparently it is, but that's not how it should be working, but it is. Why is it working like that? I'd be confused. All right, let me see. Although, to be fair, that's how I would have thought about it before, but now that I'm older, if someone told me, like, I'm gonna take over the world with very shiny pants, I'd be looking at it and just thinking, that sounds so asinine, but it's plausible. So I'm wishing you the best of luck. You got this. Like, if someone told me that they were taking over the world like that, I'd believe it. In this day and age, I would believe it. Save? Save. Good idea. Thank you for the save. And the fingerprints joke. Yeah, that one, it took me a minute. Like, even when I was older and someone showed me that joke, I was like, I don't get... Oh. How'd they get away with that joke? Yeah, how'd they get away with that joke when they were younger? Or, yeah, how'd they get away with that joke all those years ago? Now I understand. All right, let me see. Let's go back, make that chinchilla tail. So, other stuff is not available, but please do stretch and hydrate, etc. Wait, the hydrate and the stretch are not there? I need to fix that. I thought I put a hydrate. But yeah, thank you there. I greatly appreciate it. And since those other ones are there, and it's already 10 p.m., I already know the situation. Thank you for stopping by there, Destroyer. I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week, and best of luck with the work. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, see, bud? All right, you take care now there, while I work on a chinchilla tail. How do I make very fluffy tail? Okay, so we start at the bottom here. We also make sure that our brush is at 100%. It is not, it's at 60. There we go. Well, the brush is at a higher rate, but it was the layer that wasn't high enough. Not quite chinchilla tail right there. Let's see. Okay, so chinchilla tail. It's actually a lot fluffier than that, so we actually have to go with a different toggle. So not even following the tail of... Not even following the rat tail on this one. We gotta follow a different tail for this. So let's actually make it shorter, but fluffier. Here's how we're gonna go about it. Let's actually take this part away as well, because it's not quite as fluffy as I would hope. We're gonna make this a little bit rounder. I think this might work. Yeah, I think this part should be okay. Then we just erase this section. There we go, that should be good. We may not even need this part here. We might be able to just get rid of that. Let's also hide the tail for a minute. Or, you know, hide the rat tail for a minute so I can look at these other sections. Let's clear that part out and clear this part out. Hey, Lamps. Yo, Blobby, welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Let's give a shout out to Blobby over here. If you haven't checked out Blobby, I highly recommend that you do. They play a good variety of games. It's a very, very chill time over there. They're also getting back into the perfuming. And they may or may not be showing off some new model stuff soon enough. So if you want to check that out, you should totally go check that out. I highly recommend it. All right, let's see. Yo, welcome on in there, Demon. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Fleet. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're Lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. Where's my pen? There's the pen. All right, back to the drawing at hand while I try to figure out how to draw a chinchilla tail. That chinchilla tail? Let me see. Not quite from what I'm seeing. Okay, I know how to make... Okay, now I understand what I'm looking for a chinchilla tail. It's that I'm making it way too round. I understand the assignment. Let's go back over here. Welcome to the Lampy cult. Not enough cult talk. No. We don't need no cult talk. My jokes are getting risky. That is indeed. Those are quite risky jokes. That's why I kind of didn't acknowledge that one. That's one of those things where it's like, oh, look, we make jokes and sometimes we talk about a lot of things, but when it gets too raunchy, I'm like, I'm just going to drop that one there. I'm going to leave it where it is. This ain't that kind of establishment. Thank you, Lampy. How you doing? Hope you've been getting enough rest. Rest? I've been trying. I can't say that I've been 100%... Yeah, I can't say I've been 100% successful, but I have definitely been trying. I've been waking up at 3 in the morning recently. But that's also because I've been going to sleep at 7 in the morning. And I need to kind of fix that before it gets to the point where I start waking up at 7 in the afternoon, or 7 in the evening. Can't have that happening again. So I should probably start getting some rest. I should probably start getting some rest. Soon. Eventually. Yeah, I need to cut back on my... I need to reel it back in is basically what I gotta do. Let's add that. Go back to this side. Drag it all the way across, like so. Boom. Let's hide the rest of the body for a minute. Drag this part across. Drag that there. And let's keep going with these. Boom. We should be all set there. Let's erase that for a minute. That should be good. That should be good. All right, we're all set there. And let me see. We got to make very, very fluffy tails. We're going to be at this one for a good minute. Just got to keep on making those lines. Try to set it up to where those fur points line up exactly where they need to be. Although I think for that part, I think we could just start with the bottom, or instead of the bottom lines, how do I put it? We're just drawing bottom lines for these points now. Start from one end, drag it all the way until it reaches the top of the other end of those little Those little fur lines. There we go. Not to be mistaken with felines. There we go. Got that set up. Erase this point. Yo, Chaos, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Let's give a shout out to Chaos Puppy. They do a lot of streamings. Get rated on. Oh, yeah? Sounds like someone's trying to start some trouble. Also, everybody stopping by. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. Yes, the bug is the streamer. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We're making rat model. We're making a chinchilla tail. Also, folks, you should totally go check out Chaos Puppy. They play a good variety of games. Were you playing the Yakuza, or were you playing that one camp game? I keep forgetting what the camp game is. But yeah, let's find out. Yakuza. There we go. Go check out Chaos Puppy. They have a lot of energy. They do a lot of voices. Really hilarious streams. Really great people. And go support them to, yeah, go support them so they can speed up on paying up their PC. Really awesome stuff. Go check them out when you get the chance. I highly recommend it. And, well, oh, also, if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome on in there, Echo Cascade, Chaos Puppy, how be things? Hope things are well. Oh, Yakuza on Tuesdays. Yakuza. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that the Yakuza's on Tuesdays. Really awesome stuff. Ah, that means I miss out on Yakuza. Ah, you know what? I need to start streaming on Wednesdays just so I can watch Yakuza. But yeah, let me see. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Throat is super sore, but I'll chill in the background. Yeah, you rest that voice, because I can only imagine how much yelling was done in that stream. But yeah, I hope you have a good day, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You go get that rest, and I hope you enjoy the stream in the meantime. Drink water, or lemon, or honey tea. Drink all three and see what happens. Don't drink all three. That might be a terrible idea. But yeah, drink one of the three. One of the three should help out a lot. Yeah, I was too sick for Maji Monday. Ah, fair. I'm sorry to hear that. That's unfortunate. I hope you're able to get better soon. Because yeah, being sick sucks. I should know. I was sick for a day. That was a bad day. Although that's not normally how it goes. I was very surprised. Actually, no, I wasn't even sick for a day. It was that I thought I was sick for a day. Turns out I was sick for 3. The first day, really bad. Sweats and everything. I wake up the next day like, hey, I feel pretty good. I feel better. I think I'm well enough to stream. I wasn't well enough to stream. Needless to say, I was not well enough to stream. But I thought it was worth a shot. I literally passed out that time after. Like, turns out, nope, I do not know what I'm doing. That is not the best of plans. We usually do Mondays. Oh, that explains a lot. I was wondering, like, you've been doing this on Tuesdays? How have I been watching that? Like, I feel like I was there for a good while, but Tuesdays, I'm barely able to see anything. That makes a lot more sense. Maji Mondays. That's a great name for it, too. Yeah, I remember you were going through it for a while back then. Yeah, there was a lot of sick days. There was a lot of times where I had to miss out on a lot of streams, but I've been trying to fix that. For one, that's why I'm trying to stick to a schedule, because I know there was a time where I just constantly missed out on so many days because it's like, I'm feeling sick, or I'm feeling tired, or I just don't feel like it. I'll be back next time. And then nobody ever knew when I was streaming, so I was like, okay, let me fix that. Let me get back to Tuesdays like I'm supposed to. Let me get back to the Tuesdays like it's supposed to be. Sometimes I skip out on Sundays and Fridays, but I try. But mostly Tuesdays, I'm like, let me make sure that I can make it on the Tuesdays. Above all else, Tuesday at least. but I try to prioritize Fridays and Sundays. Granted, it's not always perfect, but I try. All right, let me see. Glad you're feeling better. Same. And I hope things get, or yeah, I hope you start to feel better soon too. That's kind of where I'm at. My health sucks, so I end up messing up schedules too. Yeah, it's not easy sometimes, in all honesty. Sometimes it's just, it's a rough one. Oh, let's see. I have throat coat tea and antibiotics. That's good, that's good. I hope those ones help out a lot. But yeah, trying to keep up a schedule while being like sick all the time, it's not easy. It is not easy at all. But with that being said, I'm glad to hear that your schedule, or yeah, I'm glad to hear and see that you've been keeping up with a good schedule. That's always a good thing. But always remember, don't push yourself. Which is ironic, because I say it. That's ironic coming from me, where I'm overcomplicating too many projects for myself, when it shouldn't be that complicated. Heck, I was supposed to be on the base layers right now, but then I decided, you know what? The chinchilla idea sounds like a good idea. And now we're adding a chinchilla feature to this rat. It's going to be where the tail gets fluffy and the ears get big. And this was just supposed to be a simple rat model. It's never that simple. It's never that simple. No matter how hard I try, the models are never that simple. Well, that's just how the cookie crumbles. Right, we gotta put this back to 100% opacity. Drag that part of the tail, or drag that part of the fluff. Drag this a little more. There we go. We got our line. Although that part's bugging me a little bit, so let's bring this back into the fold. There we go. Go back to this side. Drag this one a little bit higher. And we're all set. Okay, sweeties, enjoy the chinchilla mouse and keep being silly beans. I'm headed off to dream, I'm off to dream about critters and pretty guys. All right, you go get that sleep, you go get that rest, and I thank you for stopping by there, Dice. And I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now there, buddy. We're almost done with chinchilla tail. And then I could get back to the base coloring. Let's drop that there. Add a little more here. Boom. We're all set. Always a pleasure. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. I'm gonna drag this part across, like so. Line that part up a little bit. Line it up. There we go. Drag that point there, drag that point here. And that's all the lines for the chinchilla tail. It's all set. I think the tail could be more chinchilla-like, but I think this is good enough. Just gonna leave it like that. Okay, so now that we got that part, let's actually select everything on the outside of chinchilla tail. Let's go back to the new layer. Right, wrong side. Invert. Boom, there we go. Right, I forgot. Before we invert, select, modify, contract by 3. Actually, let's make it 5. Not contract, expand by 3. Select, modify, expand by 5. What the? So it was contract. Contract by 5. Too many. Select, modify, contract by 3. 3 was enough. Okay, now that we got that, that's when we fill it in. Boom. However, we also got to get our eraser and erase those corners, because we put too many goddamn corners on this thing. Too many corners on that tail. We got to go to each and every corner and erase that little spot. That's the curse of using an older version of Photoshop. I don't know if this happens on any other drawing program like Clip Studio, Paint, or something like that, but yeah. For the older versions of Photoshop, this is still one of those problems, where you just have to go through all those points when we go through the selection. And just get rid of all of that. I think I heard with Clip Studio Paint, it's a lot easier. It's a lot more accurate. And I haven't used Clip Studio Paint, so yeah, that one's on me. Get rid of that part and that part. One more here and one more there. Let me see. And that's good, and that's good, and that's good, and that's good. And we're all good. We're all set. So there's our chinchilla tail. It's all set up. So let us save that. And it's what, 10:30? Yeah, we could stay here for a bit longer. Thinking about calling it around 11. So we got our chinchilla tail, we got our rat tail. Let's go to the next one, which is the rat foot. So let's also get the color of the rat tail. Let's go to rat foot R. That's a brush. I don't want that. Oh, wait, that's a smudge. I especially don't want that. Let's bring that smudge back. Let's go back to the selection wand tool for the foot. And select, modify, expand by 3. Invert, new layer. Fill in that spot, get the eraser, and just erase whatever may be in those corners. That part is good. As for the other foot, we're not doing anything there. I'll show you why. But we're going to leave that one right there. Let's go to the body. Select everything around the body. Let's make a new color coat. Let's go with the dark gray. Maybe a slight brown to that dark gray. Just a slight brownish tinge to it. This should be good. Actually, you know what? Just for the style of it, let's go with gray. New layer. Underneath the body. And we put that brown tint. Right, or gray tint. That's the one. I'm thinking about it though. Do we go with just gray, or do we go with a grayish brown tint for the rat? Yeah, I think just gray would be fine for now. Let's just go with just gray. I mean, to be fair, if we do this right, folks will have the opportunity to, you know, change the color tint however they see fit. So, honestly, let's go with gray. Gray seems like the better option for this, mostly because, again, like I said, when people want to, you know, change the tint on the model, they'll be able to change the tint on the model. However they would, yeah, however they like. So let's go with gray for the body. Now let's go to the next arm, select, modify, and actually, no, we just make a new layer for this one. And unlike last time, we're not going to use the selection tool for this. We actually need the lasso tool this time around. So let's get our lasso tool, select everything that we can here. Select everything in between all of those lines. Like so. And we're all set there. And we are going to put that pink tone for now. Get that gray again. Actually, no, vice versa. Let's put the gray tone. And then we get our lasso tool and select this line here, this jagged, edged line in this direction. I need a better posture. Hold on a minute. Because I'm literally just sitting, leaning over the table. And the model is making it blatantly obvious that I'm just leaning over the table. And I'm like, okay, let me fix that. Let me fix that. Okay, I fixed it, but the model isn't helping. The model is making it look like I'm still leaning over the table. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right, now that we got that section. Add the pink to the hand, and boom, there we go. Although, I'm gonna go back to this portion, cut that, paste it. So it's 2 separate layers there. Now, the reason why I wanted to make that 2 separate layers is so people can change the color tint on the hand. Although, if that's gonna be the case, hold on a minute. Let me see something. Let's go back over here. And instead of selecting there, let's select just the hand itself. I got a different idea. Let's snag this whole piece. What the? Yo, Brohan, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Holy cow, everybody's popping up at the end. Well, not at the end, but everybody's popping up at this hour. Let's give a shout out to Brohan. If you haven't checked them out, I highly recommend that you do. They do a lot of animation work. They play a good variety of games. Really awesome people. And what were you doing? How are things? I hope it was going well. And everybody stopping by from Brohan's stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. Yes, the bug is the streamer. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We're currently working on the line art. Well, we're finished the line art on the rat model. Hold on a minute. Let me show everything there. There we go. We're working on the base color for the rat model. We're almost finished with the base color. And then we can finally start doing the rendering. And if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. How was the art? And I hope it went well. I was working on comms and then did some merch designs. Ooh, merch designs. That's a pretty good idea. Well, actually, funny that you mentioned that. I too am working on a merch design. That's what the rat model here is for. We're gonna be putting this one on the Etsy page. We're gonna be putting it on the Etsy page at a very affordable price. And then anyone anyone and everyone who wants to have a rat as a mascot or just be a rat model themselves, they will have that opportunity to use that model for whatever it is that they see fit. Just give credit where credit is due. But yeah, that's awesome to hear there. Yeah, that's awesome to hear there, Brohan. To hear that you've been working on commissions and stuff. I'm glad to hear that you're getting work. That's also a good thing right there. Now that the topic has been brought up. Also, if you don't mind, what sort of designs are you working on? Or what sort of commissions are you working on? If that's too personal, I completely understand. You don't have to answer that. Or if, it's under the radar and you don't want to mention it, that is also completely understandable. But to be fair, I thought I'd ask, because I know a lot of people work on a lot of different things, and it's always really awesome to hear what they work on. Etsy? Yeah, that's the spot. Thank you for dropping the Etsy there, Umber. I greatly appreciate it. It went pretty well. I don't expect sales for those... Oh. I don't expect sales, but for those who want stuff, I want it available. That's also honestly true and fair. And very reasonable as well. Because you know what? Having the option available is better than leaving the opportunity on the table. Because again, you make merch and you leave it there, someone might pick it up. And when they do, that's a little bit of money in your pocket later down the road. And honestly, as an illustrator, or some sort, as an illustrator, especially in this digital world, having merch on the side that you don't have to really think about, just have it right there, that is very helpful for, passive income while you're working on other things, working on other projects. Someone might see your work and just like, yoink, take that merch, buy that merch, and now that's some extra, yeah, that's some extra cash, maybe a couple dollars, maybe a couple pennies. Either way, that'll go a long way later down the road. That's why I'm working on these models right now, because I'm thinking about later down the road. If I make enough of these, that's definitely going to help out a lot, you know, thinking about, it's going to help out a lot later down the road, where someone might pick up a model here or there while I'm working on other things. And who knows, if I make enough of these, I may never have to work a day in my life again. Chances are that's not going to be the case, but this definitely helps with things on, or, you know, this will definitely help with side gigs and stuff. All right, let me see. Amen. Amen indeed. I just finished a meme templated, or yeah, a meme template commission. I got a few larger, I got a few larger sticker pieces, like a Star Wars piece and an 18+ bedroom piece. Ah, fair. Understandable. And yo, nice. Congratulations on that. Also, I heard Star Wars. And not gonna lie, I've been watching a bunch of YouTube videos about a bunch of the older Star Wars stuff. And it's really been getting me back into Star Wars, which Disney dragged me out of for a good while. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've heard that Disney has made some good shows. It's just they've made a lot of things where it's like, ugh, what'd you do to Boba Fett? What is this? Like, where's Bounty Hunter? But yeah, anyway, going back to it. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that you're beginning a lot of work. And I miss Star Wars. I don't know what happened. Where are the spaceships? I miss the spaceships. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Jedi stuff is pretty cool too, but I want my spaceships. Although, now that I think about it, it's also really funny that I never picked up that Star Wars deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, that's right, folks. Funny enough, there's actually I mentioned this before, but there's a deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where it's a mix of Star Wars and the Wizard of Oz. And when that deck came out, I realized, when that deck came out, it was then that I realized, holy cow, the Wizard of Oz and Yu-Gi-Oh! Have a lot, or not the Wizard of Oz and Yu-Gi-Oh! The Wizard of Oz and Star Wars have a lot of striking parallels. They're not one for one, but they still got a lot of striking parallels. Dorothy and Luke, the Wicked Witch and Vader, the Good Witch and Obi-Wan, or Yoda, whichever one. Actually, you know what? The Wicked Witch and the Sith, the Good Witches and the Jedi, the Straw Man and C-3PO, the Cowardly Lion and Chewbacca, which, again, those two is a perfect example of they got striking similarities, but they're not one for one, because we all know Chewbacca's anything but a cowardly lion. Well, sometimes he's scared for Han more than anything else. I feel like that's Chewbacca. I feel like Chewbacca isn't one of those characters where he's scared himself. He's scared for Han Solo. And I can understand why, considering some of those movies. All right, let's see. But I gotta peace out for bed. Have a great rest of the stream. All right, there, Brohan, you go get that sleep, and I thank you for stopping by, and I thank you again for the raid. I hope you have a good night. Better tomorrow. Had a great week. You take care now there, buddy. Oh, yeah, big corporate Disney makes a lot of slip-ups with the franchise. They do. They make a lot of slip-ups, honestly. The motion camera rigs for the spaceship. Oh, the motion camera rigs for the spaceships was some of the more expensive effect works in the movies. Not all, but some. I can imagine. I remember seeing those. I remember seeing those special effects that they did for A New Hope, which was pretty cool. How they did that back in the day. They literally just made spaceships out of bottle caps, and then they put a little firework in them so they explode. That was some amazing stuff. Or I think it was like a little firework in it. I don't know what they did, but I know they added something to make the ships actually explode. That part wasn't even a special effect. It was just that it was a little ship that actually blows up. Wonder how many times they had to do those takes now that I think about it, though. Like, imagine having the little figure, like, we didn't get the right shot. You know what? Can someone make another spaceship? Can someone make another spaceship? We need to blow up another one. Imagine being the person who has to make the spaceships. Like, yeah, we didn't get a good shot on that one. Can you make another spaceship? I'd be losing my marbles. I'd say the Tin Man was more C-3PO than Straw Man. True, but, you know, they had to make R2-D2. So in Yu-Gi-Oh, they turned the Tin Man into R2-D2. Straw Man has more often like Han. True, now that you mentioned that one, Han could have been the Straw Man. Or the Scarecrow, that's his name. Or was it Straw Man? I don't remember. Anyway, cutscene. Straw Man even had a blaster gun, or had a gun blaster for Han. Nice. Howling Wookiee noises. Run, Solo. The mouse is after you. Oh, yeah. The mouse is after you for a one-off film. Yeah, see, that's why he's that's why Chewbacca would be afraid. He knows what the mouse is up to. He knows what the mouse is gonna do. Like, run, Han, run! Save yourself! Like, Chewie, relax. It's okay. It's just a mouse. What's the worst the mouse is gonna do? One movie later, Chewbacca's just screaming and crying like, I told you, man! I told you not to mess with that mouse. Did you listen? Nah, you never listen to Chewbacca. It's always like, don't worry, Chewie, it'll be fine. It'll be fine, Chewie. It'll be fine. It wasn't fine when we went to Cloud City. Alright, we're gonna make a new layer. We're gonna put that one behind the arm. We're gonna call that one hand. We're also gonna hide the body. Phrasing. It may not be a lewd type of phrasing, but it's still a type of phrasing nonetheless. Like, we're gonna hide the body. Alright, let me see. Let me catch up with some things. Okay, imagine the person who assembled the Death Star in Spider-Man just for the drop. Oh, yeah, just for the drop take. Or, yeah, just for the drop take, and then seeing the scene filmed. Wait. Imagine the person who assembled the Death Star in Spider-Man just for the drop take, and then seeing the then seeing the film. Wait, what do you mean the drop take and then seeing the film? Also, welcome on in there, Echo. The cult help you. The cult will help you. No. No cult. You cease. No cult. Also, welcome on in there, Echo. And welcome on in, Plague. How you be? I hope you're having a good day there, buddy. Lime away. Thank you for the quack. Also, I greatly appreciate that. Ask Adam Savage. He was working on the shipbuilders. Oh, he was working with the shipbuilders in the Empire and Return of the Jedi. Oh, yeah, that sounds like a lot of ships for those two, specifically. Especially Return of the Jedi. I'm thinking about that right now. I'm just imagining, like, they had an entire war in Return of the Jedi. Looks like the rat and sees... Oh, let's see. Looks like the rat... Oh, looks at the rat and sees blue around the mouth. So, that's where my blue raspberry slushy went. What? No, I don't know where your blue slushy went. No. What? Blue slushy? Nah, I've never heard of it. Blue slushy, I've never heard of her. Or, how's it go? You know what? Don't worry about it. There's no blue slushy. Hold on a minute. Wipes face. See? What blue slushy? Oh my god, no mouth. Ah! Anyway. Alright, back to the project. We got to go to the hand, and do not worry, I will catch up to the rest of the reading soon enough. But what I wanted to do, go to this layer, hide this part, go to the hand right here, fill this spot in. There we go. So now we have a whole hand layer. This isn't going to be visible, and we're not really going to move the hand in any way. Oh, wait, hold on a minute. We actually need to go back to this part here. But yeah, we're not going to move this hand in any way to where it has to... what's the word I'm looking for? We're not going to move it in any way, shape, or form where it has to actually move. But this is so, you know, other folks can change the color tone of the hands. Change the color tone of the hands and the arms. So this gives them a better opportunity to work on things. Alright, so now that we got that, let's go back to the hand. Let's make a new layer. Let's get the color tone of this here tail. Actually, I don't even know why I'm doing it like that. Let's do this. Select. And then we select, modify, expand by 3. Go back to the base layer. Put that color tone. Whoops. Invert color tone. Boom. There we go. And then we, last but not least, go to the gray here. Remove that, and erase here. And erase there, then go back to the hand here, erase that corner, and that corner. And we're set. Let's catch up with the rest of the reading. Which also reminds me, let's give a shout out to Final Echo. Go check out the Final Echo. They play a good variety of games. And, yeah, they play a good variety of games. Really awesome time over there. They bully me with the cult nonsense all the time. And you can't tell me you don't do it too. You just did it right now. Them and Mr. Chips, they bully me with that stuff all the time. But regardless, really awesome people. All right, let's see. Lime away. Why? What's this about lime away? Hey, Lampy, welcome on in there, Plague. I hope you're having a good day. I worded that badly. There's a Lego Death Star set shown in Spider-Man that gets dropped and smashed on the ground. Someone had to put that together, and I wonder if he knew what was going to happen to it. Oh. I also hope that they got that in one shot. Could you imagine if they had to do that multiple times? Like, we didn't get the right shot. Hey, where's the guy? We need him to put the Death Star back together again. Hey, Lego guy, we need the Lego guy. He's just hiding somewhere like, no. You're not making me put that Lego again twice. You better enjoy that shot. I'm not doing it again. Can't make me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it went. Because, yeah, that would suck. Like, I thought... Okay, also, Tron, I thought that when you put all that together, I thought it was like... Or, yeah, when you made that last sentence, I thought it was like they put that Lego together, they set everything up, only to find out that their entire scene was cut. That part would suck. Like, they watched the movie, like, where's the Death Star scene? I built that entire thing just for them to cut it out of the movie? What? I'd be mad. Like, I don't care if they paid me a lot of money for it. I'd still be mad. Like, what do you mean you cut the scene? You have any idea how many months it took me to put that Death Star together? That's a big, big ball of Legos. Just tell us where to put the body, boss. Just tell us where to put the body, boss. Alright, also, hi, I'm awake early, so I get to catch a stream. I noticed that it was pretty early. Like, holy cow. And I'm glad to hear it, and welcome on in. I hope you enjoy. Don't test me, Rat. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Alright. That's the price for stealing my slushie. Oh yeah, they lost their mouth. Moral of the story, folks, don't steal Icy's slushie, you'll lose your face. Alright. Slander, I hardly... Oh. Sander, I hardly knew her. That's the one. This kind of bad joke coming to mind? That's the one. I hardly knew her. That's the one. I can never remember that part. And the voice is nice? No, thank you. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you enjoy. Also, the moth comes with a gun. I hope you enjoy the gun. And hope you're having a good day there, Spicy Noodles. I hope things are going well. Did you make your model? Yep. Both of them. The bird, which is the mascot. Lampy, that is the main model. Both of them rigged and drawn by yours truly. It was pain. It was a lot of pain. But it was well worth it. Okay, actually, the Lampy model, not so much pain. Not too difficult. The bird model, yeah, that was a lot of pain. But it was well worth it. Especially with this part. Check it out, wings. Yeah, there we go. And Spicy Noodles, or Noobles. Spicy Noobles. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Moth Fleet. I hope you enjoy your stay. By the way, you're Lampy now. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. Alright, let me see. Let me try to catch up some things. Because I missed a lot, but we're going to get there slowly but surely. Alright, let me see. They did that to... Oh, whoops. Derp. Hold on a minute. Let me underp the derp. There we go. Alright. They did that to the people who... Oh. They did that to the people who made the animatronics for The Thing. Or, for The Thing prequel. They came into the movie, and that's how they found out all the amazing work was replaced with terrible CGI. Ah, that sucks. See, that part, that would be the worst possible thing. Like, putting in all that work, making all those things, just to see the movie and to find out all your work was replaced. Like, you gotta be kidding me. No amount of pay is worth that. I mean, at least they get paid. They better have got paid. That would suck if there was no pay, am I right? But yeah, even then, like, even if they got paid only to find out all their work, like, yeah, don't worry, we didn't need it after all, like... I'm sorry, what? But yeah, also, speaking of models, that's exactly what we're working on right now. We're working on the next one. We're working on rat with chinchilla tail. We're going to make the rat model, and we're going to give it a chinchilla, whatchamacallit. We're going to give it a chinchilla toggle, where it turns into chinchilla. Along with that, we're also giving it the... What's the one that was called again? We're also giving it a kingpin toggle. For no particular reason. We were just talking about things. One thing led to another, and now we're adding a kingpin or a toggle where the rat looks like Kingpin from whatchamacallit, the Spider-Verse. Like that. That's the game plan. Alright, let me see. Also, I have a bite that's the same... Oh, also, I have a bite that's the same as dry ice, meaning I bite someone and quickly freeze them. Oh, fair. Oh, let's see. Some contracts you get paid for on-screen frames. I'd be mad about that part. Like, we only pay you for as long as the scene is on the screen. Like, no, you don't. No, you don't. I am not accepting that sort of payment. I'm getting my lawyer for this. I'm skipping this movie. Like, I don't care how big of a contract, or I don't care how big of a paycheck this looks like it's going to be. If they say, if there's a chance that you put in all that work and they say, well, we didn't use any of the scenes that we had ready for you, so yeah, we're not paying you, like... You're paying. One way or another. I'm gonna get my money. This is why you make sure you get paid up front. Doesn't matter what project you're working on, you make sure you get paid up front. Okay. My parents were once asked by a guy outside of a theater if they wanted to see a movie for free, but they couldn't know what it was. Oh, but they couldn't know what it was beforehand. Turned out it was the Thing remake. They were doing a test screening, apparently. Oh, so that's why they couldn't say what it was. I would have felt very suspicious about it. Like, you want to see you want to see a movie for free, but you don't know what it is. Come with me. Like, I don't know about that. Also, why are you walking towards a dark alley? You know what? Tell you what. I'll rain check. And best of luck with your movie. Actually, I don't know how the rest of that goes. It could be like one of those situations. I wouldn't know. But if it was one of those situations where it's a dark alley, I wouldn't trust it. I'm pretty sure it wasn't a dark alley, but if it sounded like a dark alley, I wouldn't have trusted it. Like, it already sounded a little shady once they say, you want to see a free movie? Like, maybe. All right, let me see. So we got the chinchilla tail, we got the rat tail, we got that part, we got the rat body. And what's this part? Okay, so that's hand, that's arm. Head. Ah, the head doesn't have it. Okay, so here's what we got to do for the head. Let's go back to the body, though, because we need to put the body, make sure it's back at 100% opacity. Let's go to the head. We're going to need to select our lasso tool and select everything around it. All the way from one end to the other. Especially since it has since it's not an entirely closed line, we can't use our lasso tool for this one. Which is an unfortunate circumstance, but we're gonna roll with what we got. Okay, let's see. Want to see a free movie? Okay. Sees live action of Snow White. Oh no! Not that movie. Oh, best of luck with that one. That sounds horrible. All right, let's see. Read the fine print. It's under 3 pages. Or yeah, it's under page 3. It's playtime clause. Ah, gotcha. Okay, good to know. If there's ever a situation, you know what? This is why I always look at it like if there's a big company that wants me to do a job for them, I'm always very skeptical of that. But then again, if there's ever a big company that wants you to do a job, get a lawyer. Get a lawyer and tell them, you know, okay, so this is the job, this is the gig. I need to find out how shady this is. I know there's some shade in there. I know this ain't all suns and rainbows. The sun causes some shade behind the trees. What's going on behind them trees? All right, this is what you tell me what's behind the trees. All right, let's see. Actually, the theater alley is often where they have the truck with the confidentiality waivers during the stealth sneak screenings. Really now? I didn't know that. Honestly, I'm still not trusting the alley. I wouldn't trust that alley to save my life. I don't care. I've seen enough Batman origin stories to know never trust the alley behind a theater. That's where superheroes are made. All right, let's get back to this. Let's get that gray. Add that for the face, behind the head, new layer. What we need to do next is hide the face one more time, hide the body, get an eraser, and we're gonna get that, let's get that eraser. Let's put the sharpness to 0, increase it a bit, like so. Maybe a little too much. A little more closer to the bottom. Here we go. Let's start erasing here. Drag it all the way across. Maybe a little too much. Yeah, a little too much. Let's make this brush a little smaller now that I think about it. Or this eraser a little bit smaller. There we go. Much better. Much better, much cleaner, much smoother. We're all set. There is only one Joe Chill, even if they replace him with Teen Joker. True, true, true. But since there's multiple Batman stories, they always bring in Joe Chill. They replace... Actually, you know what? From what I last remember, they're always replacing somebody else as Batman's parents' killer. Sometimes it's the Joker, like in that one Batman movie. Sometimes it's Two-Face. I forgot which Batman movie it was Two-Face in. Sometimes it's some random that they never say the name of. Sometimes it's Joe Chill. And I wouldn't be surprised if they did some really, really weird stuff where Batman's the one who kills his own parents. I know that's not the case yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's at least one comic out there, or one story series where it's like, Gotham needs a hero, and the only way to bring that hero back, you know, like some sort of dumb time travel stuff. Gotham needs a hero, and in order to bring that hero, Batman's gonna need to make the really tough decision and create himself by shooting his parents or something. I don't know. Because comic book stories are crazy like that. That's why I'm looking at this like, I'm pretty sure there's at least one comic book story where it works like that. It's like the dumbest of origins imaginable, but they make it work. Or, not make it work, but they make it happen. For better or worse. Alright, let me see. Okay, so yeah, I caught up with everything. Alright, back to the ears. So, ear. Left ear? No, we need to go to the right ear. Select the outside of said right ear. Select, modify, expand by 3. Put OK. New layer. And we're going to get this. We're going to get that pink again. Right, wrong side. Invert that one. There we go. Yo, Rekka, welcome on in. How you be? How was the D&D? How was the games? Wait, were you playing D&D today or was that yesterday? Let's find out. Folks, go check out Rekka. Really fun streams over there. Really awesome people. Yo, Repo. How are you liking the Repo? I hope it was good. Fun fact. Absolute Batman still has a loving mother at home. Oh yeah, I saw the Absolute Batman. I don't know what it is about that one, but I was like, eh. Too much. I don't know why, but there's something just off about this one. I don't know. I mean, I know it's supposed to be off and it's supposed to be drastically different, but I'm like, it's okay. It's whatever. Not my favorite. It's alright. It's an interesting take. Alright, let me see. Lampy is so cool, right? Lies and slander and know you. And everybody stopping by from Rekka Stream. Hi, my name is Lampy, small-time illustrator, football-sized moth. Yes, the bug is the streamer. I do a lot of drawing streams, occasional gaming streams, and sometimes some live 2D rigging streams. And today is one of those drawing streams. We're currently working on a rat model. And if you gotta take care of things, go take care of those things. Never feel bad about raiding and running, because that's what raids are all about. But if you decide to stick around, I greatly appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your stay. And how was the repo? I hope the repo was good. Let's find out. I swear, I need to fix my A button. What's wrong with the A button? The bug is the great artist. Lies and slander. And know you. Lampy is also an unwilling cult leader. That one, unfortunately, not cult leader, but they keep saying that. Actually, an origin for Batman Beyond and Amanda Waller pay someone to assassinate Terry's parents at the same age Bruce's parents died, but the assassin refused to do the deed, so they did kind of have an idea of forced creation. True, I forgot about that one. I forgot that Terry McGinnis is a Bruce Wayne clone. Kind of. When I heard that part, I was like, I don't know how to feel about this one. Just have Terry McGinnis just be some punk kid that learned how to be Batman. It was fun. Got eaten by head and had like 10 chaotic people in the same game. 10 chaotic people? Oh, good lord. I can only imagine how wild that got. That's also cool. Not unwilling. Check Twitter. He embraced. That's not true, y'all. Y'all folks. I got paid to say it. That was a paid actor. Literally paid actor. How do I know that it's a paid actor? Because I got paid. Ad start in a minute. So look forward to that. Forced post under duress are not the same as accepted. Exactly, exactly. See? Spock gets it. Of all people, Spock is on my side on this one. I'm actually surprised. I can't believe that. It's a Christmas miracle. Spock, of all people, are on my side on this. You know what? I will take it. I will honestly take that one. I will accept that win. Alright, let's see. Love you, bud. Gotta pop in and out. Promise someone I'd do something after stream. Yeah, no worries about that there. You do what you gotta do. And I thank you again for stopping by. Thank you again for the raid. And I hope you have a good night, a better tomorrow, and a great week. You take care now, there, friend. And best of luck with whatever it is that you gotta do. Alright, now let's get this eraser. Let's erase all of these sides, these edges, all of this stuff. All the way across from one end to the other, like so. Boom, and we're good. Let's also get our smudge tool, because we're going to blend in this section. Let's make sure our smudge tool isn't too strong. Let's put it back to 30% strength. And there we go. That should be good. Wait, I forgot. Okay, we got to do something here. Bucket time, bucket time. We got to add a bucket. I forgot because of the chinchilla. We got to, we actually have to do something a little wacky here. We actually have to make 2 separate layers in order for this to work. I didn't think this through, but here we are. All right, so this is how we're going to get this done. First, bucket. Add the bucket to the stream, which, by the way, folks, if you like the bucket, you can find it on the Ko-fi page, K-O-F-I, for no charge at all. It's a very bouncy bucket. Look at that bucket go. It also flips. And I hope you enjoy. Oh yeah, it also has these 2 weird toggles. It's got what's it called? Cooking Companions face. If you don't know what Cooking Companions is, it's a horror game. But you'll already know that when you buy that game, so that's not really a spoiler now, is it? Next one after that is the... Was it this one? No, it's not that one. Where is it? Is it this one? Not that one. That one? Not that one. That one? That one. That one. Not that one. There it is. Popcat bucket. There it is. Popcat bucket. Oh, right. I also put the bucket lid as the talking animation. So, yeah, if you ever wanted to talk like a bucket, there you go. Just have the lid move for the talking. Yeah. All right, let me see. Just because I'm into punny business doesn't mean I can't be fair. Besides, happy cult leaders besides, happy cult leaders are less likely to seek legal remedies against the cult. I might be a little tired. I didn't get that last part. Happy cult leaders are less likely to seek legal remedies against the cult. Hey, wait a minute. I could seek legal remedies? Oh, I'm definitely calling the lawyer for this one. All right. Hey, Lampy, want to see the house so far? Yes. I want to see this house. I'm also going to go to this section. Going to erase that part of the gray. And we're also going to do this. Going to select this entire point here. And there goes my earphones. So let's switch these out. we're just going to finish off the base coloring of this and then render everything. Yeah, this is what we're going to do. We're going to finish off the base rendering. So let's select all the pink. Actually, you know what? Let's cut this part out when it comes to the gray. Or when it comes to the line art, let's cut this part out. Oh, wait, actually, I know what I need to do. Actually, no, that wouldn't work either. Let me see. How am I going to go about this line art? One, let's delete all of this. We don't need this no more. So, line art. Let's snag this whole section right here. Let's cut that. Whoops, wrong side. Let's go to ear right. Cut that. That should be good. Erase a little bit more there. A little bit more here. Whoops, wrong side. A little bit more here. Then we leave it as is. And then behind that one, we make the next layer. We call this one ear right front. Or yeah, front ear. Front ear right. And then we call this one back ear right. Boom, there we go. Spoiler, cooking companions. Oh, spoiler, cooking companions could use a companion guide that I'd like to call the cook. You know what? Fair. All right. Let me set up this next set. So we're gonna get the ear. Try to drag this part across. Let's bring this part down a bit. Am I on the right layer? I am on the right layer. Right. Back ear right. Yeah, this one's the right layer. We're going to drag this part a little bit further down. Like so. We're all good there. Going to go over here. Drag this part across. Like so. A little too far. Bring this part. Alley-oop. All good there. Drag this part here. A little bit more. Almost there. Boom. There, we're all set. And now we can work on this part. So let's select the outside. Select. Modify. Expand by 3. Boom. Like so. New layer underneath that. Put the pink. Right. I gotta invert this. Pink. There we go. Now we go back to the other end. Make a new layer above that one. Get our gray. Get our lasso tool. And select all the way up until that last end point around that section. And drag this all the way up. All the way back to the top, like so. All the way over here. And we're good. Let's cut this excessive part away. Boom. Now let's go back to the gray. Fill that spot in. And then we go to this point here. Get our rendering. Or yeah, get our smudge tool. And just blend this whole thing in like so. You know what? Let's get some more gray in here. Drag it all the way across like so. All the way to the bottom outside. Then we get our smudge. That should be good. Then we take this portion and erase all the way to the bottom here. And that should be okay. Then we get our smudge tool and blend this whole thing in. Okay, maybe not so much. Blend it in a little bit. Just move it around. There we go. We're all set. We got the ear done. We got it all set. Okay, let me see. Sketching the final front ear. I'm done. I'm not reading the rest of this. Comfy as always. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. That's always awesome to see. All right, let's get these points. Front ear, back ear, other side of the ear. Gonna snag these parts. Front ear all the way to this ear. New layer. Wait, I just merged them. I do not want to merge. I want to group them. Group these layers. We're going to name this ear. And we're also going to get ear left. Drag them there. Put them behind the head. There we go. Now we got those parts. Then we put the face. And we got the rendering for everything. And if you're looking at the left side, the left ear, the left arm, and the left foot, trust me, we got the base colors for them too. It may not look like it yet, but you'll understand why I'm saying we got those parts done too. All that's left to do is, you know, work on the rendering. Right, I forgot pizza. Hold on a minute. Face. Pizza. You know what? We don't need a pizza. Goodbye, pizza. I looked at it and I thought, should I add a pizza? But I'm already realizing we're already making an entire chinchilla toggle. So yeah, this should be fine as is. This should be okay. We'll also take some features from some of the other models and tack them on top of this one. Which features am I talking about? We're gonna get some of the tier toggles, some of the tier toggles, the sad toggles, the mad toggles, all of those sort of things. Toss them onto this chinchilla. Actually, where's the cat? I think I got the perfect idea of what I'm talking about. Actually, you know what? Not even the cat. Hold on a minute. Let's get that, let's get this one here. Where did you go? We're gonna get the Dust Bunny. Dust Bunny Moth. We're gonna get this Dust Bunny and add those features onto this rat. Like mad expression with the little angry thing on the side. We're gonna get the sad expression where the little tears fall and all of that. I think that's a good option right there. Maybe the hearts, I don't know. Maybe. I could add the stars to the rat. I think that would be a good idea. Add the stars to the rat. Add the shocked expression on their face. Kind of like how you see with the Dust Bunny. What other features we got here? Yeah, that's all the features. And maybe a rat animation, I don't know. I'll figure that one out later. So. I'm sorry, every time I see the Dust Bunny model, I'm like, and this is Lampy's face now. This is my face now. Yep, there we go. Perfect. All right, so anyway, let's head on out. We're gonna call this a day. We're gonna call this a night, and I will finish off the. Okay, so the next stream is going to be rendering all of these features, and then after that, we're gonna finally get into the rigging phase. Because I could start rendering this right now, but I think with the mental capacity that I have at the moment, I think this is a good place to call it. I will be back tomorrow. No, not tomorrow, not tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday, and someone's playing Dead Space on Wednesday, so I gotta be there for that Dead Space stream. I will be back on Friday. You know what? Yeah, Friday. I'll be back on Friday to render this sucker. We're gonna add the shadows and the highlights and all of those other features. We're gonna get this model ready for rigging for next Tuesday. Yeah, next Tuesday, we do the rigging for this model. Because Sunday, I gotta do the... Sunday is the last day of the month, so... Wait, is it Sunday? Let me see. Yeah, Sunday's the last day of the month, so that's when I gotta do the giveaway stuff and the sketches and all of that stuff for the Let me think for a second. I gotta do the sketches and the doodles for the personal incentives from the model reveal slash donathon earlier this month. So we gotta get working on that sort of thing. Bye, Lampy. Have a good one. Yo, thank you there. Yeah, thank you there, Echo. I greatly appreciate it. Sunday is the 1st. Oh yeah, Sunday is the 1st. Saturday, I gotta be back on Saturday, so I'll be back on Friday to render the rat. And then on Saturday, we're gonna be doing all that other stuff. And then Sunday, I might be back on Sunday. I might call Sunday a day for myself. I don't know. I'll figure that out. But yeah, Saturday, since it's the last day of the month, we're gonna be doing... Actually, you know what? Nah, forget that. I'll be back on Sunday to do all that rendering stuff and the giveaways. So look forward to it on Sunday. It might not be the end of the month, but that's when we're doing all of that stuff. So look forward to the giveaways and everything, and I'll see you then. All right, let's find someone to raid at this hour. Let's see who we could raid at this time. Who is on? Let me see. You know what? This person's on. I don't know how long they're going to be on, but let's drop you folks off over with a Nikto. I normally haven't been able to raid him very often because he's usually been on in the afternoon. But he's been doing a lot of nighttime streams. I think that's a good place to go. He's a skeleton. He's a biblically accurate skeleton, so be not afraid. He does some really awesome streams. I haven't been able to catch him for a while though, but we're gonna take the opportunity now that we have it. So let's drop you folks off with a Nikto. They also do a lot of music, so if you ever needed music, go check them out. I mean, they don't usually do the music on streams, but they do music, and they play a good variety of games. Really funny time over there. So let's drop you folks off over there. We're gonna call this one. Let's call this raid Rats. We are the rats. And we're going to put the cheese emote now that I think about it. Instead of this emote, let's put the cheese emote. Let's cut. Let's take that. Put that there. Cheese emote. Use those emotes if you have them. Use whatever emotes you have if you don't. I'm going to go get that name one more time because I kind of lost it. There we go. And like I said, I'll be back on Tuesday. Or, not Tuesday, Friday. I'll be back on Friday to finish off the rat model. Let's head on out. And I need to go get food and get ready for some things. I put rat instead of raid. There we go. Let's go drop everybody off over there. With that being said, thank you all for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. If you would like to support the channel, one good way you could do so is by checking out the links page. We got a whole bunch of stuff over there. We got affordable models on the Etsy page, which we're going to be adding the model to that Etsy page. We also have free stuff on the Coffee page, models, assets, all that sort of stuff, all of it available on the Coffee page. We also got merch on the Teespring page. I'm still working on changing the shop later down the road. And if you or someone you know is looking for live 2D models, both big and small, emotes, assets, character sheets, character concepts, art pieces, emotes, all of that crazy stuff, and even animations, you can go check out the vgen page or contact me directly. Either option works best. And with that being said, thank you all for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. Always remember, you're all awesome in your own way because you folks make these streams and this community what it is. It's awesome chatting with you folks, cracking jokes, brainstorming, all that crazy stuff. And if you lurk, that's great too. If the fact that you took the time out of your day to have this moth rambling on and drawing or rigging or playing some sort of game in the background means more to me than you could possibly imagine. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. All right, that's all I got for today. I hope you all have a good night, a better tomorrow, a great week, and I'll see you on Friday. Y'all take care now. Laters.